All right. Guess we'll just eat later because woke up pretty late and I'm not that hungry right now. Don't really feel like making anything. Okay. Well, get back on the grind today, it looks like. Nothing particularly crazy. Grind. See if anybody's doing human grind first. No one's doing human. We'll just jump into the Orichalcum grind. I'm gonna take that as a no. We will. It's gonna burn through Azoth doing this, just like yesterday. Let us. A quick song. And I'll let the doggo out. Came in. And then we'll get on the grind. Oh. Step number two, it play this damn song, I guess. Because it's fucking. Oh, man. So many little irritants in this game. It's like, oh, you're untargetable while you're up here. Cool. But yet, the mob's still aggro, and the mob has a lunge attack, which can hit you while you're still standing up here, minding your damn business. Interrupting teleports and fucking whatever the fuck you're doing up here. So stupid. The mob should just be moved. a few feet away so it can't aggro. All it needs. Or just shorten his walking pattern so he doesn't walk quite close enough. Fixes this whole problem. I needed to put the life motes away. What up, Dig? What's going on, man? Yeah, sorry, we're a bit late today. I think the wife woke me up at almost 11:30. Technically, I think she came in sooner, but she went to take a shower, and I slept right through it. Yo, what up, Edge? Oh, 45. Yeah, let's go. But yeah, I think she came in sooner. She took a shower, and then I didn't wake up till she got out of the shower. And then I had to clean the cat boxes, put the trash out to the road. And then I fed the cats and dogs, and then I jumped on the computer, and I was like, oh, maybe I should make something to eat. And I'm looking at the fridge, and I'm like, there's no leftovers. And anything I want to make would take me like 30 minutes. So, yeah. I'm just going to go play video games. So, we haven't eaten yet. And I don't know what to eat. I mean, I could have chicken nuggets again, but like, they're just so high in sodium and carbs that like, it's fine to eat every once in a while, but I shouldn't eat them all the time. I mean, not that any of my other options are any better. Like macaroni and cheese, massive carbs, right? Freaking biscuits and gravy that's frozen, which still takes like 30 minutes because the biscuits take a while to cook. Once again, shit ton of carbs. And sodium. I could make myself chicken, like ground chicken and some rice, which is, once again, shit ton of carbs. I mean, I could limit the rice at least. And add mostly chicken, which helps a little bit, but do hamburger helper, once again, shit ton of carbs and sodium. Like everything I could technically just make right now is just nothing but carbs and sodium. Now, I could pull out some chicken breast, thaw it in some water, skillet it up, you know, that's pretty healthy. And then, what would I eat with it though, is the thing. Like, I could do some canned vegetables, like, that's a healthy meal. But once again, I have to sit there and I have to actually cook the damn chicken. And that takes like 20-30 minutes. You know, cook it nice and slow. Make sure I don't burn it. Make sure it's actually cooked all the way through because I'm really terrible at that. Like, just, it takes so long. So I'm just like, I don't know what else to make. Everything I'm going to make is going to be something that's cooked in like the air fryer or something. Or the Instant Pot, something I can turn off. And just like, kind of cooked, right? Maybe, yeah, no. I'm not even hungry right yet. I'm just trying to think, like, because I know I'm gonna get hungry in like an hour or two. And I'm just wondering what I'm gonna make when it comes to that time. Because I'm wondering if I can just wait, if I can just hold off. Like, I might make a can of tuna or something just to tide me over until the stream's over and then make breakfast. That might be what we just do. Might just be easier. I mean, what I really want a box of mac and cheese. That's really what sounds good right now. I love eating mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is like one of my top 5 foods of all time. Box mac and cheese just sounds fucking delicious right now. But that takes like 10 minutes for the water to boil, and it takes like another like 7 minutes for it to cook. It takes like 20 minutes to cook mac and cheese. Now I could put on the bottle of water and set a timer for like 10 minutes and then go and throw the pasta and stuff in it and then set another timer for like 7 minutes. Stir it all up, you know. get rid of it all, blah blah blah, and then bam, got myself some mac and cheese. Want to attack this thing? That thing? Why can't I dodge? What? Okay. Hit shift like 3 times and my guy just stood there. Stop attacking! Oh my god, game. Jesus. Okay. How's your day so far, Edge? Same with you, Dig. Like, what you guys been up to today? I might just do nuggies, honestly. If I get too hungry and I can't make it to the end of the stream, I might just make nuggies. Divers again? Okay, nice, nice. You got to 90? Nice, nice. Do you have any higher tier maps that I can like leech off of you? Because that's really all it boils down to get to 90. It's just higher tier maps. More WoW? Nice. How far did you get? Sweet. Yeah. So maybe we can do that tomorrow, Edge, while I'm working. We can just like leech a little bit more just to get me to 90. Like, I think the build is kind of cool. I think I think it's a cool build, the one I'm playing. But for a person like me that's very un-min-maxy and doesn't really like spending mass currency on like big upgrades, I don't think it's a build for me. Because in order to get it to that really juicy point where it probably feels unkillable and it does a lot of damage, I have to invest like hundreds of divines, and I don't really think that's a build for me. I feel like a build for me is something that I can invest maybe 20 or 30 divines and I can AFK my content. And I feel like the best build for that is probably the Chains of Command, because if I did put hundreds of divines into it, I'd be at the Void Forge build, which would be ridiculous. But just the mid-range version, like the one you're running, just like a 20 to 30 divine build can do T16. Probably even T17 with like a small amount of upgrades, right? Even 16.5s could probably be easily doable for like under 50. I feel like under 50 divines you could probably do 16.5s and 17s pretty easily. You'd still struggle at certain boss fights, aka Maven. Maven would be a problem unless you could literally burst her down before anything died, because the lack of regen. And I feel like Maven would be a problem in a regular league purely because you wouldn't have Katarina's prevent my guy from dying thing. So I think Maven's kind of out of the question for the build. For reliability purposes, I should say. But I think any other map is pretty much fine. Like, even maybe Elder, like Uber Elder might be a problem. Just positioning of the mobs, because they have to avoid like standing in a lot of stuff. Or at least your Guardian has to avoid standing in a lot of things, unless he's unkillable. If he's unkillable, then that's fine. Like, if he can just face tank all the big hits, then it's fine, but like, that'd be like a test to try. But I feel like Eater and Exert, both of those, even in Uber forms, I think those ones are easy to farm. Shaper probably wouldn't be too bad, depending on how well you move the orbs around the map and stack them. Because it's so much damage that I think you'd burst through those bosses pretty easily, not have to worry too much about the actual mechanics. Even Cyrus probably wouldn't be too bad. And then Atlas, or I want to say Atlas farming, but lab farming probably not too bad. breach farming, not too terrible. Can pretty much do any league content. Should be able to do Delve, it should be able to do Beast, it should be able to do Legion. Legion might be a little wonk, but it should be able to do pretty much all content. Like I said, the only thing that that build sucks at is single target bosses with no ads, which is fixable with the ring. And anything that has like a no regen kind of debuff, aka Maven, I think is the only things that it struggles at. And like I said, the first one where it's just a single target boss with no ads is fixable. That technically doesn't have to be a non-compete, but you do have to make sure you don't run no regen maps. You can run reduced regen maps and be careful, but no regen is not possible, because if your guardian can't regen, he just dies. Technically you can run a no regen map slowly and just be careful, because I think that the leech still works, but I don't know. I think that build is just, it's really strong for what it is. I think the only thing you'd have to figure out is to reliably get the build up and running, you would need the chains of command, obviously. And you have to rely on buying that from somebody, unless you can find a way to farm it yourself. I feel like it's so RNG to obtain, just like Death's Oath, that there's no easy, reliable way to just farm it yourself. Like, yeah, you could farm div cards. How did I miss that? You can farm div cards, turn them in, and hope that you hit one. You can farm chance orbs and stuff like that, but it's just feels like there's no easy, reliable way to actually obtain that chest piece. And then getting it as a 6 socket, like, that's not that big a deal, because you can just force a 6 socket if you really wanted to. It's just like, honestly, just getting the chest piece, that's the hard part. Oh. And the only other build that, like, kind of just is up my alley that does work is the Chieftain RF. Just because I know exactly how that thing scales and how it plays, and you can technically run T16 maps on that thing for under 50 divines. And that's kind of like what I shoot for. If I can get an under 50 divines build to run T16s, like, reliably with like, no issue, then I'm happy. It's just the problem I always have with the RF build is doing the bosses. You know, like Eater and Searing and just the bosses in general and the T16 maps. His boss damage is pretty pathetic unless you invest into the really expensive helmet for Fire Trap to be juiced out of its mind. But then I also really like the AFK version of the build a lot more than the traditional RF, honestly. The Petrified Blood version of the build, it's actually just wild. And then in theory, you could still go the Petrified Blood version without being the AFK version. You can kind of hybrid the two together. You can take the Petrified Blood defensive layer and keep the and then just not take the AFK portion of the build. But I do like the infinite ignites. The infinite ignites is insane, and I think that needs to be in like the regular RF build as well. But at that point, you basically are the AFK build. It's like there's no hybriding at that point. It's like if you go Petrified Blood, you basically are going You basically are going the AFK version. The AFK version is just so much more expensive. Just to get enough regen and survivability and stuff. For the petrified blood version, it's way more expensive. Which is fine. I mean, I think it might still be under 50 divines to get that up and running. But I don't know. Those are like the two builds that I'm just like super infatuated with that I just can't get over. And it's purely just because I can just walk into content and just stand there. Alright. We did pretty good though yesterday, Edge. So I did some math, and it's roughly around 3,000 Cinnabar I needed to farm to get to level 200 weaponsmithing. And yesterday I farmed over 400. So that's pretty solid. No, I figured you were, like I said, I'm not trying to take away from you having to type or anything. I'm just kind of ranting myself. And figured you'd chime in whenever you could. But yeah. And it's not so much that it's even fun for me, Edge. It's consistent, easy, and just being able to do the content is the enjoyable part. I don't care what build I play, as long as I get to play the content and I get to, you know, play the game. Because the problem I have is when I have a build where I'm dying all the time, I'm just popping randomly and getting cucked. Like, it just completely sucks all the enjoyment out of the game. So I need a build that I know I'm not going to just die in all the time, that I can do the content. And if I can play it semi AFK, it makes it 100 times more fun. Because I could go into a breach or a blight or something, and I can pop it, you know, and I can just, okay, it's pretty much done. I don't have to worry. I can stand here, and I can go and get a water or a drink or something. I don't have to babysit it. Like with RF, if something gets through, there's no stopping it. I can't just burst it down and kill it. So I feel like RF is great, but certain content can be difficult for it. Yeah, it's funny too, Edge, when I played that build and I was T16 farming, I didn't even have a good Guardian. My Guardian had like a belly of the beast and like a Lear helmet. Like he had, and he didn't even have the Legacy of Fury boots. He had some generic pair of boots that applied like grasping vines or something like that. And he was running the Paradoxica with the shield. And that's why I said I didn't really care for that version. But I ran that, and I was just crushing T16. Like, every once in a while, I'd run into a map mod that would kind of cuck my Guardian, and then I'd have to, like, wipe the map and start over. But 90% of the time, it was pretty fine. And my guy was cucked. And that's why I had people coming in, like, oh yeah, just switch up to this, to this. And that's why I was, like, recommending you, the Doppelganger, and the Stitches helmet and stuff like that, because that's what everybody was saying, is like, that's what you switch to make him unkillable. I'm like, oh shit. There was a couple other items people were recommending as well, that the combination of like these two items kind of made the guy literally impossible to kill. And I was like, all right, cool, I'll give this a shot one day. But they were just so expensive, and I was pretty much done with the league, so I never tried it. But yeah, it's just the build is just kind of wild. And like I said, it's mostly just because like I can walk into like Ultimatum, I can walk into pretty much any league content, and I can kind of just let my minions do what they're gonna do, and I know I'm safe. And that's what I truly enjoyed about it. Knowing that that build is in my pocket now, I'm pretty stoked about that. It's just like I said, the hardest part is either A, just relying upon trade to get that chest piece, which is typically what we'll do. Or finding a way to actually reliably farm that item by the time we hit 70 to put it on. Like I said, there's no real easy way to farm it, I don't think. Because since it's so RNG, like, you farm a bunch of cards to chance you get it out of a card set. or you chance orb it or something. Like that seems to be like the only like reliable way to get it, which sounds awful. Oh, all right. Yeah, no one was farming human today. We could check dungeons and see if there's anybody running some dungeons we can like leech off of. Yo, what up, Covert? Oh, there's free games on Epic again? Okay. MMO FPS? Okay. StarCraft X. They made a StarCraft fucking shooter game? That's kind of funny. If I'm being honest, I don't remember even what my Epic login is, because I never log into it. It's been a long time. Oh, stall. Got you. Yeah, letters are small. Just like my brain. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, so, Topher, I was asking earlier yesterday, kind of curious on your opinion as well. Frozen chicken nuggets that you microwave at home, or toaster oven or whatever. What do you shoot for? Like, what brand do you typically, like, gravitate towards? Because I tried a new brand last night. I'm torn on how I feel about it. Because I normally eat Tyson. Tyson's normally just the go-to, you know, pretty typical, you know it's going to be good, right? And then we just got the Purdue one of the white bag. And I'm leaning towards Purdue might be better. Brush Bush? Never heard of that one. Interesting. What was I saying? Tyson's like it's like the Google of frozen chicken, I feel like, right? It's the most widely acceptedly used ones, you know what I mean? Not saying it's the best, but it's like the most widely used one, right? Did you get a finger? Did you get a baby chicken? Was it a toe? Worse than a finger? A toe. uh, like the big long strip ones. Big thick chicken ones, yeah. Was there a face in it? Was there a chicken face just looking at you? So they didn't cut it correctly and everything? You had like a bunch of bad ones all pushed. Yeah, it sounds disgusting. Yeah, I kind of got lucky with, I had a bag of those, before. And I actually didn't mind them, but yeah, if you get like bad pieces like that, it sucks. The problem is like, I can't really, like, unless that's consistent, right? Unless that's like, that happens to me all the time with them. I can't really fault them for it because the way that the food is processed, just like almost any of the other processing plants, that shit happens 3 times. See, that's just ridiculous. I've never had that happen to me. Yeah, I've never had that happen before. That's just crazy you've had such bad luck with them. But like I said, everybody's experience is different. Like when we play BDO, right? Some people play BDO and they're like me and they never get like into PvP fights and they never get killed. And there's other people that die like every 5 seconds to players. It's just like some people just get really fucking unlucky. And I feel like you got really unlucky with Tyson. But yeah, like I said, like it's the most widely accepted one that most people use. And that's what I usually just ate because it was just there. It's easy. You can always obtain it. And they weren't bad by any means, but we ended up getting Purdue the other day, and I'm actually torn. Like I'd have to eat them side by side to see which one I like more, I guess. But the Purdue, like they felt heavier, and I feel like it was like softer, like it wasn't as dense, which was kind of nice. They cooked faster. I feel like the breading was a little bit better as well. And I honestly, just off of recollection, I think it tasted better. So I think overall, point for point, I think, you know, Purdue was winning, but I'd have to eat a Tyson side by side to tell. Yeah, my problem is we only pretty much buy nuggies. We only pretty much buy anything if it's on sale. And we can get it at one of the stores that are near us. But obviously if we see it, we see it. It's fine. Making some progress. We're almost up to 100 Cinnabar again. I've been bamboozled. Breakbush. Interesting. Never heard of those. Oh, look. Yeah, it looks like chicken. This looks like an actual like restaurant though. Like, this looks like legit like restaurant food. How do you get frozen nuggets from them? Well, I mean like I literally like went to that website and it's literally restaurant food. Like like I'm confused. Like it's literally just like nutritional facts, request this product. And it's just like get more menu ideas. I don't know. I mean that's cool. I mean, I don't know if I ever saw them in the grocery stores, I'd try them, I guess. Like I was saying, is like the main thing with us is like we only buy things that are on sale or something like that. And it's usually like whatever we see at Costco or Sam's Club that's like on sale, or if like one of the grocery stores around us has like a sale on nuggies, that's usually what ends up happening. And it seems like that place wouldn't be in any of those places. But like I said, that looks delicious for sure. I feel like anything that's like restaurant quality like that is obviously going to be better. What the? $106? It's 5 pounds, which is kind of heavy, don't get me wrong. And it's 2 cases, so it's 10 pounds of chicken tenders for $106. That's really crazy. What I find funny is people like, oh, bundle it with this. Like, why would I buy chicken tenders, breaded chicken tenders, and bundle them with lightly chicken breast? Why? Why would I bundle them with chicken things? Like, I don't understand. Why would you do that? I mean, I've had these ones before. These ones, um, these ones I've had, and they literally taste like pickles. I don't know if you've ever had those, but they taste like fucking pickles. The green ones, I don't remember the name of them, but I've tried those ones, and all I taste, people are like, oh yeah, these ones taste just like the Chick-fil-A nuggies, and I'm like, okay. And I got them, you know, not because of that reason, but just because I was trying nuggies out. And I wasn't trying nuggies, I was trying to try like chicken bites, you know, like real chicken bites, not like fake chicken processed rib meat kind of chicken tenders. I was trying like popcorn chickens and things like that. And for some apparent reason, those ones, all I taste is pickles. You know, I'm not gonna say they're the best, but I do. If I want a decent, you know, crispy chicken sandwich, that's just like, okay, that was pretty good. You know, I'd eat it again. If I wanted one, and I was out and about, Chick-fil-A would be where I'd get it from. Just because their pepper jack chicken sandwich is pretty good. I mean, Chick-fil-A is one of those places that everybody raves about. It's just like Krispy Kreme, right? If you get a Krispy Kreme that opens in your fucking area, you're gonna have massive lines for weeks, and then it's just gonna be like dead. No one's gonna eat them, right? That's kind of how Chick-fil-A, in my opinion, kind of is. Of course, there's somebody running this route. Um, is once it shows up, everybody's like, "Oh my God, Chick-fil-A, yes, yes, Chick-fil-A," and everybody starts eating it, and then it dies down and dies down. But the problem is like at least in Florida, what I've noticed is a lot of the people, like after that hype, it dies down a bit, but it's still crazy at dinner rushes and lunch rushes. Like we have like massive lines wrapped around the building, out of the parking lot, the whole rush. And it's just because people love Chick-fil-A. And I don't know what it is about Chick-fil-A that people love. And I'm not saying that Chick-fil-A is bad. I'm just saying that I don't think it's that good. I think it's good, but it's not good enough to like warrant me to go there all the time, right? If I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna go there like, you know, maybe once every couple of weeks. If it's like, and like I said, it's only if I'm out and about and it's kind of close and I'm kind of craving like a chicken sandwich. And I'm like, that's the thing though, is like I don't think that the sandwich is ew, right? I think it's good. You know, it's just a simple chicken sandwich. The bun's nice and soft. Like I said, pepper jack cheese kind of adds a little oomph to it that I like. Put a little mayo on it, and it just is what it is. It's fine. Just a chicken sandwich. But it's not like, oh my god, I'm craving this delicious, best sandwich ever. I don't think I've ever had a chicken sandwich that was just like, oh my god, this is the best thing since sliced bread. I've never had a chicken sandwich that was like that. Chicken is just chicken. So as long as it's not bad, as long as it doesn't have like really bad texture or something, I'm down for it. What sauce? I don't even put sauce on my sandwich. I put mayo on my sandwich. Oh, you're talking about the Chick-fil-A sauce? Yeah, don't eat that shit. That's just fucking nasty. Some people like it, but I don't. I don't even eat it. I didn't even try it. I just put mayo on my sandwich. That's literally all I do. Because Chick-fil-A doesn't put condiments on food. They refuse to put condiments on food, which is weird. So you have to put your own condiments on it. I literally just put mayo on it. Mayo on my chicken sandwich and I'm good. I like it, but if I requested, I was like, oh, can I have a chicken sandwich with mayo on it? We don't do that. It's like, okay. Thanks. You know what I mean? Like, at least put a mayo packet on my plate so I could do it myself, I guess. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't got to be a dick about it, right? Like, like if I ask for a chicken sandwich with mayo, instead of just being a dick and saying we don't do that and being like kind of just standoffish, be like okay, and then just put a mayo packet on my plate. And if I'm like, hey, why isn't there mayo on my sandwich? Like we don't put condiments on sandwiches, but I gave you the mayo packet so you can do it yourself. Like, I don't think many people would be pissed about that, you know? Yeah, exactly. And it's like if you go to like a place like McDonald's, you know, Wendy's, or any of those other, you know, burger joints or whatever, and you're like, oh yeah, can I just get like, you know, you ask for a specific condiment or whatever, and they completely fuck it up, right? Like my notorious story of I went there and I ordered a number 6, which was like a crispy chicken sandwich, and I just wanted cheese and mayo on it, and I don't know how the fuck they fucked this up, but they gave me a McRib, and the bright fucking college degreed fucking cook on the line thought it was a good idea to give me a McRib with cheese and mayonnaise on it. Huh? So he was obviously reading the ticket, but how did he confuse McRib with a chicken sandwich? Like, you would think if you plopped a fucking McRib on someone's plate on a bun and you read cheese and mayonnaise only, you would look at that thing and be like, huh? Is this bitch pregnant? You know what I mean? Like, you know, you'd probably reread the ticket. And, you know, me being me, you know, I get home, I open up my food, I'm like, what the fuck? What? This is a McRib. I didn't order a McRib. And then I looked at it, I was like, there's mayo and cheese on this. What the fuck? At first I thought I got somebody else's sandwich, right? But then it had mayo and cheese on it, and I'm like, what the hell? And at this point, you know, I already drove, you know, 5-10 minutes to the place. I waited 5 or 10 minutes for my food. I drove home, got sat down, you know, everybody's eating, and I open my food and I see that. I'm like, this is not worth me driving back to McDonald's to get fixed. So I tried it. Low key, actually delicious. The thing is, like, I usually check my food, but I don't like open up my food wrappers to check my sandwich to make sure my sandwich is made correctly, right? That takes 10 minutes. That's too long to open up everybody. Like if I order 3 meals and I have to open up all 3 fucking things, dig through the bag, find each one, unwrap it, check them, you know what I mean? Like that's not what the drive-thru is for. Not saying that, you know, you can't do that. I'm just saying, not saying that you shouldn't do that. I'm just simply stating that like you shouldn't have to do that. And if you have to do that, I feel like you should have to pull forward to the parking spot to check it and then go in if it's fucked up. Because if you check it at the window and be like, hey, this is made wrong, they're gonna make you pull forward anyway because they're gonna give everybody else their food while they remake yours. No matter how you look at it, you gotta pull forward into a parking spot anyway. Yeah, I was shocked. I took a bite and I was like, huh, I don't hate it. I mean, barbecue sauce plus mayo is kind of hitting weird, you know? I'm like, okay, I don't hate it. It's not awful. But it did, I wouldn't say it worked, but I'm not saying it didn't work. I'm not saying go out of your way to go and order it. But I'm saying if they fucked up and did it, at least eat it. You know what I mean? Like, $50, 200 extra, let's go. So she made out like a bandit. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean, like, checking your money is one thing, right? I always just swipe my credit card because I never carried cash. But, like, checking your money is one thing. You know, making sure you have all your stuff in your bag. Like, if you ordered 3 meals that had 3 French fries, make sure you have 3 wrappers and 3 French fries at bare minimum. Because another time I went to that same McDonald's, I ordered like 5 combos of food or something, right? And they're like, all right, hold on, let me go, let's go grab your stuff, right? And like, I'm sitting at the window, just like, all right, let me go grab your bag. And they come out with one of those like massive party bags. You know what I'm talking about? Like the really big McDonald's bags that are meant for like carrying like mass amounts of food. And the shit was heavy. And I was like, all right, cool. So I pick it up, you know, it's heavy as fuck. I put it in the seat next to me and I just drive home. Cause I'm thinking, bro, that's just heavy, right? I get home and there's like 6 things of extra large fries in the bag and nothing else. I didn't have a single sandwich. I went back. Bro, it's like, what the fuck, bro? How does somebody order a bunch of meals of food and all you do is hand them a bag of French fries? Like, honestly, like what you should do is if there's too much food for one bag, you literally hand them one bag with like 2 meals in it, one bag, like, you know what I mean? You space it out into 2 meals per bag, and you just give them a bunch of bags. That way, when you hand them something, it's not just fucking French fries. A me meal. It was so much French fries, bro. Yeah, like people working at McDonald's, they're not the brightest bulbs in the package. You know what I mean? Honestly, fast food makes a lot of money now. Like, at least in like some states, fast food makes like $18 an hour. It's crazy. Oh man. I mean, it still is entry-level jobs. GED is not required. Yeah, I mean, that's where high school kids get their start, right? At least that's how it is at Chick-fil-A still and stuff like that, where most of the kids working there are literally high school kids. Like, at least where I live, right? Most of the fast food places, during school time, right, are adults. But the second school lets out, or it's the summer or the weekend, it's nothing but high school kids. And it's the worst. It's literally the worst. I won't go to any of our fast food places during those times where I live. I'll drive to the next town because it's so bad. It's ridiculous. Like, there's one fast food place called Freddy's, right? We walk in. This happened at Chipotle as well, but we walk in during, I call it child time, right? And I walk into blaring music, like hip hop rock or hip hop rap, you know, R&B kind of music, coming from the back of the store, just blaring all the way to the front of the door. Like, I could hear it the second I walked into the store. It's just blasting. I stand at the counter. Nobody comes up and greets me. I'm standing there. I probably stand there for 2 or 3 minutes, and I'm yelling into the back. Nobody's coming. Finally, someone peeks their head around the corner and sees me, and they come out and start taking my order, but they can barely hear me because the music's blasting. All you hear is kids giggling and laughing in the back, and they're just having a good time just playing around. Someone takes my order, and then it takes 15 minutes for us to get our fucking food, and we don't see a single soul the whole time. Like, that's just for Freddy's. No, the manager was there! The manager took our damn order. And then the other time we were at Chipotle. Right? I mean, I want to say they're probably younger, maybe in their young 20s, and I think they're just trying to be the cool manager, like shift supervisor, you know, just like hanging out and having a good time with the kids, you know, trying to be the cool guy. I guess I don't fucking know. Maybe he's trying to get into some girl's pants or something. Some fucking weirdo. Yeah, like some. Oh my god, fuck those kids. Anyway, so we go to Chipotle, and a similar thing happened. But you know, in Chipotle, like everybody can see you because the way that their back is, there's nothing blocking the back from the people in the front. So anyway, we walk in. There's like 2 or 3 people in line. So there's one person at the cash register hashing out an issue with the manager, right? So they had an issue. They're talking to the manager, and then somehow the issue gets resolved, and they sit there and are just chatting about stuff. Like they kind of hit some common ground or something, and they start just having a conversation, and like laughing and giggling and having a good time or whatever. And I'm just like, okay. But there's like 5 people in line, and then while we're standing there, like 5 or 10 more people walked in behind us. So the line was like out the door. There was one person prepping food in the back. You know, you can see him. He's like mixing up some rice, cutting up some chicken. You know, he was prepping food for, you know, to replace things. And there was another guy you can see all the way in the back that was doing dishes. And then another guy that was walking around doing God knows what. Yeah, the boss was a dude. And the person, yep. No, it wasn't a worker. So the person that the boss was talking to at the cash register was a woman, but it was not an employee. It was a woman that was like, she came in for like a pickup order and it was wrong and whatever. So I feel like he was just flirting with her and hitting on her. Anyway, so the one person is on the line taking people's orders, right? And the line gets long. And he calls the bag. He's like, "Hey, can someone come help me out at the line?" No one says anything. No one does anything. You got the one guy doing dishes, which he's doing his job. One guy prepping food, which he's doing his job. And then the one guy walking around with his thumb up his ass, no idea what he's doing. You know. Finally, the guy takes his gloves off, walks off the line, walks back there, and says, "Hey, come help me on the line. You know, there's a lot of people." So the guy's like, "Okay." So he walks over to the line, puts on some gloves, and the other guy just walks off. The guy that was on the line, he just walked off. So now there's still just one person on the line. And the boss is just sitting over on the side of the cash register doing jack all. And then the one guy is making a bowl for somebody. And the boss finishes what is flirting. The lady walks off. He looks around for a few seconds, walks to the back, grabs a few things, then walks out to the lobby. He starts cleaning off some tables and starts talking to people in the lobby. He starts restocking some some silverware and stuff, and he's just wiping stuff down. He's like just walking around the store. Like bro, there's one person making bowls and 15 people standing in line. And the one person making a bowl is it was the manager. Yes, he was the store owner. Just walking around, bro. Not helping. Bro, like, it took us like 30 minutes to get our food because there was literally a single person making bowls. And he was the slowest piece of shit I'd ever seen. And the other guys were just sitting in the back just watching. And the manager, he would just do nothing until someone got to the register, and then he'd ring somebody up. And then he'd walk off again. Oh my God. Really? She's like cooking all the food, prepping all the food, doing all the work herself. That's crazy. I mean, I have some stupid stories, but like, have you guys ever heard of a place called Steak and Shake? I don't know if it's just like a Florida thing or not. Um, but I used to eat there with my dad when I was younger. And, you know, I always liked going there. It was always pretty good. And, you know, when I met my wife, you know, I took her there once or twice. And then one of the times we went there, I shit you not, we both looked at each other. And she said, I'm never eating here again. And I was like, yeah, that's pretty gross. And it was after we had already finished eating, but it was raining outside. And the way that the place works is it has like a back, like straight galley of like back room area where like everything's in a straight line, right? So you have the cooking line on either side, you have the freezers at the end, and then like the dishwashers and stuff like that. Everything's like in a straight line. But you can see straight down that line when you're paying for your food. But you can't see it while while you're eating and stuff. But anyway, so we order our food, you know, we sit down, order our food, we eat it all, we go pay, and we look down the line, and I shit you not, I've never seen this before, but this cook is leaned over the grill. Like, I'm not talking like partially leaned over the grill, man. I mean, like, this motherfucker was hunched over. He's like 6'9", tall motherfucker. I'm talking, he is like, he's standing here and he's lounging all the way up over the grill. Like, he's on top of the fucking grill and he's looking straight down and he's cooking over top of this grill. Because the roof is leaking water over the grill and he is blocking it with his back while he is cooking. So the water is hitting him and running down him onto the floor while he's cooking people's food. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Yeah, well, we never went back. That was wild. Like I said, we had already eaten and we were about to pay to leave and we're like, what the fuck am I watching right now? Like, use the other grill. Like, they had two grills. Like, close that grill, put a bucket, something, and use the other grill. Well, I guarantee someone did. Because it's not like we were the only ones that saw it. That was just wild, bro. Oh my God. And then there was another time. So we went to, so there's a restaurant we will never go to. It's called Chili's. Pretty sure y'all have heard of it. But, Chili's is, I don't think I've ever had such bad service at any sit-down restaurant in my entire life. They have some cool food that I actually like, but their fucking service. We went to 3 different Chili's in the area around where we used to live, and every single one of them was terrible. One of the times we ordered food, like regardless of like all the interpersonal problems we had with like the servers and the waitresses and like getting seated and ordering our food, like all of that was terrible. Yeah, I lived in Florida. That's what I said, in Florida specifically. But like regardless of all of that, right? We get our food and she ordered Cajun chicken, you know, or some sort of chicken with, you know, seasoning or whatever. And we get this piece of chicken and it's white as hell. Like it's supposed to be seasoned chicken and it's bright white like they boiled the bitch, right? And then all you see is like the side of the chicken is just bright white, right? All you see on top was this like hard crusted seasoning. Like what the fuck is on top of your chicken, right? She picks the chicken up and the crust, like this like pan-seared crusted seasoning falls off and crumbles into like 100,000 pieces of just powdered seasoning. It's like they cooked her chicken and forgot to put the seasoning on it and then threw it on after the fact and tried to sear it to the chicken. So the waitress comes over and says, hey, how's your food and everything? And my wife says, well, I mean, my food wasn't even made right. And she's like, what do you mean? She picks up the chicken and all of the seasoning just falls off the chicken and onto the table. And the lady's like, oh, yeah, that's not made right. You want something else? She's like, nah, I just want to leave. Like, bro, that was the last straw for the wife. We have never gone back since. Like, we've had other issues, too, where, like, we get sat down and the waitress shows up and says, hey, would you like some drinks, you know, to get you started? So we order our drinks and then 15 minutes goes by. She never comes back with our drinks. She never comes back to take our order. She just disappears. And we're just sitting there. And after a little while, I'm like, okay, where the fuck's our waitress? So I asked the bartender, because we're right next to the bar. I said, hey, do you know where our waitress went? Like, she took her drink order like 15-20 minutes ago and I haven't seen her since. He's like, oh no, I'll go find her. And then he comes back after like 5 minutes and he said, what were your drinks? And we tell him, so he goes and grabs the drinks, brings them back. He's like, I'll just take your order while I'm here too. So he takes our order and then like 10, 15 minutes later, he brings us out our food and he's doing bartending at the same time for people at the bar, right? And so he's doing his job and taking care of us. And then, you know, he gives us our food and then he's sitting at the bar doing his job and he just like looks over and says, hey, you guys doing good? You know, you guys need anything? You know, you need refills or something? He brings us over refills, like when he sees we're low, like the true bartender experience, you know, he sees our drinks low, he helps us out, you know, and he was cool and everything. And then, you know, I don't know, we eat our food after like 5 or 10 minutes, we're like getting ready to go. And we're like, all right, hey, can we get the check? He's like, yeah. And then 5 or 10 minutes goes by and our waitress shows up. The fuck, bitch, we've been here for almost an hour. Where the hell did you disappear to? And then she hands us our thing and I didn't put a tip on it. And she said, oh, did you mean to not put a tip? And I looked her dead in the eyes and like, why would I tip somebody that didn't do anything? And she got pissed. And I was like, and I'm not going to put a tip on that and you try to split it with the guy that did your job. So I walked over to the bartender and I handed him a $20 bill. I was like, hey, this is for you. Don't split it with anybody. And he, you know, he said, oh, thank you. Have a nice day, you know. That lady was fucking pissed. I was pissed. It's funny too, because like I'm the guy that I'll over tip if I have a good experience, right? Like when I was in the military and I used to go to a place called Andy's all the time. There was a bunch of people that worked there that I just didn't vibe with, right? Like they were just pieces of shit. I just didn't like them. They're very unpersonable. They're rude, obnoxious. But there was this one girl. She was, I think she was like young 20s, maybe 18, you know, something like that. And she was younger, you know. She wasn't like hot or anything. I mean, I would say she's like a 7, you know. She was good looking, but she wasn't like hot. Obviously, she's in fucking work clothes, so who the fuck knows, right? Yeah, Andy's. It's like an old school burger joint. But anyway, so I walked in. The first day I walked in, I sat at the little bar right at the, you know, the front of the thing, because I didn't want to sit at a table. And I was talking to the waitress lady. And I was like, "Hey, what's good here? You know, what do you guys got?" And we were just chatting for a couple minutes while I was looking at the menu. And you know, I was like, "Oh, you got a Philly cheesesteak? That looks good. I haven't had one of those. Let's try that." You know. And I was like, and it comes to fries. She's like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Would you like to upgrade them to like?" I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Well, you can get cheese fries, chili cheese fries, chili fries. You know, any combination. You know, you can add some stuff to it." I was like, "Oh, let's get some cheese fries. Hell yeah!" But anyway, so I get my food. I eat it. I'm like, "Damn, that was delicious, right?" So you know, it was like a $15 to $18 meal, something like that. Maybe $12. I don't know. I just tip her $20. Because like she was really nice. She was very helpful. She talked to me almost the whole time I was there, just having a conversation. Like, because like she would go and clean up, like go talk to her tables, and then she'd come back to the front, and we would just sit at the bar and just chat while I was eating. You know, just having a good time. So I tipped her $20, and then I literally went there every day. Like I'm not exaggerating. I ate there for lunch or dinner every single day. And every day I walked in, she would be working. She worked almost every day. It was kind of crazy. If she didn't work there, I just left. But I'm pretty sure she worked like 7 days a week. Anyway, so I'd go there every day, and you know, she would be my waitress, and I was like, "Hey, can I get so and so?" They're like, "Yeah." So she'd come up, you know, blah blah blah. Well, one day I walked in and I asked for it, and like, "Oh, she moved to the other store." I was like, "Really? What the fuck?" I was like, "All right, sure." And I was like, well, and then I was like, "Yeah, okay, that's fine. You know, just whoever's gonna, you know, take my order, or whatever, right?" So I hear them in the background, in the back of the store, arguing on who's gonna be my waitress, because they know I tipped $20 at this point. I've been going there for like 8 months, tipping this lady almost every day, $20. So these people are pissed, right? They want my order. So at this point, I'm like, "All right, cool." And they're like, "Oh, well, hey, can you sit at this table?" And I was like, sure." So they make me sit at a table, and this lady comes out. Now, like I said, I'm not, take this part with a grain of salt. I'm just setting the mood for the story. But this really fat black lady comes out. I've seen her in the store once or twice, and she's always just been this very I'm right person, just very short, snippy with people. And I see her and I'm like, "Oh shit, this lady." Okay. So she's like, "Hey, what would you like to eat?" And I was like, I tell her what I want, my order. She's like, "Okay, I'll be back." Okay. And like 10-15 minutes comes by, she brings me my drink and my food and everything. She's like, "Okay, here you go. Need anything else?" I'm like, "No, I'm good. Thank you." And she walks off. Okay. So I sit there for like the next 15-20 minutes eating my food, just chilling, hanging out. I eat my food, and then, you know, I'm done. She sees that I'm done. She comes over. She's like, "Oh, do you need anything else? Or are you done?" I was like, "Yeah, just, you know, I can pay." Like, "Okay, I'm gonna go get your check." She goes around, grabs my check, brings it back to me. You know, she's relatively pleasant, but she's not really having a conversation. She's not asking me anything. She's not, you know, she's not going above and beyond or anything like that, right? Which is fine. That you're a waitress. You know, you're doing your job. I have no problems with that. And she brings me my check, and you know, I write down, and I, you know, whenever I'm tipping somebody via that way, right, I usually just round it to the nearest, like close to 10 to 20%, not exact, right? So if it's like $15, 20% would be $3, right? So I if it was like $15.50 or something like that, I would just write it to $18. Right? Close to 20%, but not quite. If they were good, if they were only a 10% tip, obviously I'd round it to like, you know, $16 or something. Well, I was like, all right, whatever. It was like, I don't know. I think it was like 13 something, and I gave her $16. Right? I was like, whatever. She grabs my check, you know, brings it to the. I gotta walk out, and I hear her look at the fucking receipt and see the fucking tip, and she starts screaming. I could hear her outside. Are you fucking kidding me? He gave me a $3 tip. Fuck that, blah, blah, blah. Like, bro, she was pissed, and it was so funny. And like a week later, I came back because I wasn't going every day anymore because like the lady wasn't there, and I came in and I saw her, like the lady I like. I was like, oh hey, fancy meeting you here. I heard you moved to the other store, and she's like, yeah. It's kind of spur of the moment kind of thing. They needed me to transfer. I didn't get a chance to tell you. I'm like, that's fine. It's fine. It just kind of sucks because you're the only person here that I really like, you know, hanging out with because you're the only one that really talks to me. And she's like, yeah, I heard so-and-so was your waitress and got really mad. I was like, oh yeah, I heard her outside in the parking lot. And she started laughing. I was like, yeah, she was pissed, wasn't she? She's like, yeah, because you give me $20 all the time and you gave her like $3 and she was fucking livid. I was like, well, maybe she should learn how to do her job. And then, you know, she's like, yeah, I mean, I was like, let me take that back. She did her job, but she should learn if she wants more money, she needs to do a little bit more than her job. And she's like, yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes you can't, sometimes you can't. You know, she's trying to, you know, be political about it. But I was like, hey, you don't gotta be nice about it. I know you gotta be nice because she's your employee, but I'm just saying, like, if you want more than, you know, your fair share of a tip, you gotta put the extra work in. That's all I'm saying. Not saying she did a bad job. I'm just saying that, you know, if you want $20, you got to put in the $20 worth of work. It's like, not many people go above and beyond for me like you do. Like, just sitting here having a conversation with me while doing your job, you know, and making me feel like I'm, like, worth something. And she started laughing. I was like, which one do you work out on? She's like, oh, I work at the one right out in town. I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll definitely come and see you then. And then, you know, obviously I was, you know, we talked all the time. Come to find out, she was actually one of the base commander's daughters. And I was like, oh. Well, that's kind of intimidating. You know what I mean? Like, it's like one of those stories that you read where the fucking, the guy, like the lobby on the lobby is like dating the top tier brass's fucking daughter and gets in trouble, and yeah, it was one of those situations. But you know, but yeah, I ended up getting her number and just, you know, we texted every once in a while and just, it was nothing crazy. But yeah, she was really nice. I liked hanging out with her. But it's funny too because like after that, like I would go into there to order food, and the black lady refused to take my service. She just would not be my waitress no matter what. She's like, I'm not taking his order. And then someone else was like, oh, okay, I will. And then there was another lady that started working there. You know, she was probably mid-20s, maybe 30s. And she was not quite as personable as the other lady. But she did her, you know, she did her above and beyond for me, you know. And, you know, she would sit there and have conversations with me. We should just chat when she wasn't doing anything. And I gave her $20, and that black lady lost her mind. Straight lost her goddamn mind. It was so funny, dude. She sees me hand her a $20 bill, and she's, are you fucking kidding me? He gives you goddamn $20 too. It was so worth $20. Yeah, so funny. And then to add insult to injury, I made it clear. I said, just so we're clear, this doesn't get shared with any of the other waitresses, right? It was too good, dude. It was too good. Oh. And then the lady thought I was racist because obviously the two girls that I gave big tips to were both white chicks, and she happened to be black. And this is the only reason why I brought up the fact of her, that the fact that she was black. It was like she thought I was racist because I was like, literally, I was tipping big to the white people and not to the other people in the store, or I wouldn't let the other people be my waitress. Oh, it was so funny. And it was funny too because I heard her call me racist, and I looked her dead in the eyes across the store. I was like, I'm not racist. I have plenty of black friends, and I have a color TV. It's just, you're not a very nice person. Like, and I told her, I was like, it's not that you weren't pleasant and nice to me. It's just you didn't go above and beyond, just like I told the other lady. I was like, if you want $20 in a tip, you have to be willing to put in extra work to have a conversation with somebody and to put in extra work other than what your job title requires you to do. You can't walk up, take my order, bring me my food and my check and not say any other things to me, have any other conversations, or try and be a little bit more personable with me and expect to get a big tip. You're expected to get what you put in. These people go out of their way to have a conversation with me, asking about my day, see how things are going, get to know me a little bit, you know, tell some jokes, laugh a little bit at my stupid jokes, you know, even if they're not funny, you know, make me feel like I'm a person and not a paycheck. And she did not like my answer. Not even a little bit. She's like, you're just a piece of shit racist. And I'm like, okay, think what you want. I'll tip everybody else in the store $20 but you. Oh man, it's too good. Yeah, I saw you beat the lantern spirit. That's pretty crazy. Oh, you did the ceramic spirit as well? Hell yeah. Congrats, man. You're fucking crushing it. I didn't push World 6. I said World 6 can suck it.
Would you like a cup
Yo,
of
thanks for the hydrate.
Because you look thirsty.
Yeah, that
right
cover,
now.
that shit was so funny, man. I mean, that's not the first time I've been called racist in my life, though. That shit was... That's like fucking... If I had $1 for every time I was racist, I'd be fucking Bill Gates, I swear to God. People call me racist all the fucking time. So annoying. It's like everything I do is supposedly racist. Like, I almost got expelled from my middle school for supposedly being racist. I mean, the reason okay, so middle school, they thought I was the principal was black. And she would sit out and watch us at lunchtime, making sure we, you know, we're following the rules, basically, you know, keep an eye on us. And if you were paying even remotely close attention to me in any way, shape, or form, you would know I'm not racist. Because everybody I hung out with was a mix of everything. I hung out with, you know, the Asians, I hung out with the Mexicans, I hung out with, you know, Puerto Ricans, I hung out with the black people, the white people, I hung out with the fucking emo people. I didn't have a clique. I just walked around, chatted with everybody, fucking, and most of the time I'd be in the back of the field with all the people that liked to like race, right? And like we had a lot of black people back there, we had a lot of white people back there, we had a few Asian people back there that thought they were fast, and you know, it's just a little bit of everything was back there, right? It's just like a melting pot. Everybody just hung out back there that thought they were fast and they wanted to race each other and see who was the fastest. One of my good friends, Eugene, was back there. I think he was Mexican, I think. And then the fastest kid in the school, Fisher, the black kid, he was fast as fuck. But me and him were pretty good friends. There was a couple other black kids I was friends with back there. And then there was a handful of other people I had no idea who they were. But anyway, long story short, one of the kids I was friends with, I think his name was Tyrone. I came walking into the field with this girl. And the short of that story is, like, supposedly this chick knew me in 2nd grade, and I'd never seen her since, and I don't remember her, but I was sitting there eating my food, and she sat down in front of me one day. As she was walking out, she saw me, and she stopped dead in her tracks, sat down in front of me, she says, "Are you so-and-so?" I was like, "Yes." "Who are you?" She's like, oh, I'm Kim. I'm like, okay. How do you know me? I was so fucking confused. She's like, oh, we were in second grade. I was like, wait, what? Okay. Really? She's like, yeah, this is our teacher. And we had classmates so and so and so. I was like, oh, I remember that guy. And I remember that girl. Yeah. She's like, oh, yeah, you had a big crush on this girl. I was like, yep, we both did. She's like, yeah, you did. And she's like, yeah, I still talk to Justin. And I still talk to, you know, the other girl and everything. I'm like, oh, interesting. I haven't seen them since second grade. And I was like, okay, well, obviously you know a lot about me, which is really weird. And I don't remember you at all. Like, not even vaguely. I was like, all right, cool. Well, I'll go with it, whatever. She was hot. And so we were hanging out and we were chatting, you know, kind of getting to know each other, you know, trying to become friends, I guess. And we were walking out to the field, just chatting. And we did this, you know, for a couple of days. And one day, Tyrone, I don't know what the fuck crawled up his ass, but he saw us walking and he threw a rock at her. And he called her some name, like skank or something. And I was like, Tyrone, shut the fuck up and apologize. He's like, no, I don't apologize to sluts or cunts or whatever he fucking called her. I said, Tyrone, I'm only gonna ask you one more time to not throw rocks and to be polite. And he's like, you ain't gotta do shit. Fucking cracker ass, white bitch, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, all right, you asked for it. I was like, I warned you. And he's like, you ain't gotta do shit. And I walked right up to him. And as I got really close, he pushed me. And I was like, okay. I was like, and I walked back up to him and he went to put his shoulder against me. I said, do not touch me. You will regret it. And you know, these kids, they have this fucking philosophy. You put your shoulder on another guy's shoulder and you walk circles and talk shit to each other. The second his shoulder hit my shoulder, I like pulled my shoulder away from him and I jabbed him in the throat. I've done this to 100 different kids before. Jabbed him in the throat real quick, like nothing hard, just a quick little jab to the Adam's apple, just enough to, because you know when you get hit in the Adam's apple, it no matter how hard it is, it makes you cough every time. So a quick little, and he fell down coughing. And I started rubbing his back. I said, next time you want to be a big man on campus, don't do it to me. Apologize, or it's going to get worse. And I was like, deep breaths, slow deep breaths. You'll feel better in a minute. And then as he's coughing and he's like freaking out and like hunched over, he's like, I'm so sorry, Kev. I was just, I didn't mean it. You know, he just apologized. I was like, all right, we good now? She's like, John, told you to let it go. It's not a big deal. I was like, oh no, he's gonna learn respect one way or the other. He just looked at me. She's like, I can't believe you just did that. I was like, what? He was being an asshole. She's like, you don't think he's gonna come after? He's like, no. He knows he was an asshole. Like, well, I don't want you to get beat up for me. And I was like, oh, that it's fine. And then later on, like Tyrone and all his boys like showed up. And she's like, see, this is what I didn't want to happen. I was like, what? I know all of them. She's like, what do you mean? It's like, I'm friends with all of them. He's like, so it's like, it's fine. And then like Fisher walked up to me. He's like, yo, thanks for putting Tyrone in his place. I was like, yo, hey, anytime, man. He's being a dick. You needed to know he was being a dick. He's like, yeah, he was being an asshole. I don't know what his deal was. I was like, hey, when you see a hot girl, you don't know how to, you know, treat her because you fancy her. I get it. It's fine. And she looked at me. She's like, what'd you just call me? Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, she probably just liked her. It's not a big deal. He's like, yeah, it's all good. He's like, hey, we're going to go out and race. Do you want to come and join us? Like, yeah, I'm down. And so Kim's like, I was like, is it okay if I go hang out with them? She's like, yeah, go have fun. I was like, okay. It was so funny. Bro, I can't tell you how many times I did that. But anyway, the principal saw me do this. He saw me punch him in the throat. And she called me to her office. And she's like, well, I'm going to expel you. I'm like, for what? She's like, we're going to wait for your mom. And I'm like, okay. So my mom shows up. My mom's a bitch. Like, complete and utter redneck trailer trash, just bitch. And My mom walks in, waddles her ass in because she's short and fucking fat. And like I said, my mom's white trailer trash. She does not know how to fucking hold her tongue or talk to people. Yeah, I guess she missed the part where the guy started it. I don't know. And it wasn't like I was malicious. I literally just did a quick little jab, and then I rubbed his back. I literally was rubbing his back, helping him breathe through the issue, you know, and it was it. It was the end of it. I didn't hit him any more times. I literally just quick little jab to his fucking throat after he shoved me. And he touched me. Anyway, so she's like, I'm gonna expel your son because he punched another kid in the throat. And my mom's like, did you? I was like, yeah, he deserved it. And she's like, well, what was the story? She's like, well, I watched your son walk up and just punch him in the throat. It's like, okay, well, what happened after that? What happened before that? Like, well, that's all I needed to see. Like, that's violence. Like, okay, well, was my son provoked? Did the other kid do or say anything that would warrant my son to just randomly punch him in the throat? She's like, not that I saw. I was like, and my mom looked at me, she's like, can I hear your side of the story? I was like, oh yeah, sure. I was like, so, and I just went into the whole long story. I was like, so yeah, Kim, I met her like 2 weeks ago. She randomly sat down in front of me, you know, told me how this long. And the principal's looking at me like, this is not what we asked. She's like, we don't need the entire backstory. I was like, but it lays the groundwork for the foundation of where we're going. And I just went into all this detail. I started telling the whole story, and then I was like, yeah. And then we walked out, and he threw a rock, and I told him, you know, to stop doing it. And he told me to go fuck myself, and he was gonna do whatever he wanted. And he kept throwing rocks, and they started calling her names, and I told him, you know, to apologize, and he wouldn't apologize, and da da da. And then when I went to go and like get closer to him to have a one-on-one conversation, he pushed me. I told him not to touch me. He touched me again. I punched him in the throat, rubbed his back. Told him to breathe through it, real slow and steady, and to apologize, and told him this only happened because he was being a dick, da 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 da. And the principal was looking at me with her jaw just open because I just was just rattling on for like a good 15 minutes, just da 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 da, not taking a breath, not thinking, not trying to recall information, not trying to make anything up, just telling a straight up fucking long ass story. And by the end of it, she's like, I have to corroborate this story. So she calls Kim in. She calls Tyrone in. She calls Fisher in. She calls a couple of the other boys in. And then that were, you know, present or whatever. And they asked them, and they're like, oh, yeah. John punched him in the throat for a good reason. And she's like, okay, well, now that this has come to light, I guess we can, you know, forego, you know, expelling your son from school. You know, blah, blah, blah. I was like, so what happened to this? All you had to see was that I caused violence, and that's all you needed provocation to expel me. I was like, honestly, this seems like a witch hunt. And my mom's like, shut up. I was like, no. This lady sees me punch a black kid in the throat, and she instantly thinks I punched him because he's black. So that sounds kind of bullshit. Like, well, I thought you were racially profiling. I was like, so you thought I was racist? I was like, let's hash this out before I leave. And my mom, she's like, wait, what? And that's when my mom turned redneck, right? Like, you thought my son was racist? And I was like, nah, Mom, I got this. It's like, bitch, I got a color TV at home. And shoot, my mom looked at me and was like, this is not the time for jokes. And I was like, okay, jokes aside, I'm friends with every single person in that fucking in that schoolyard. Every single person out there, no matter their race, religion, fucking gender, it doesn't matter. I'm friends with all of them. I was like, do you know every single one of those kids we called in to vouch for me? I'm friends with every single one of them. If I was racist, do you think the 5 black kids we called in here would have all vouched for me? The white chick, obviously, because she's white. And then I was like, Eugene was there. He's not black. He's not white. What about that guy? And you know what I mean? Like, and I was like, I was like, you know what? You want to hash this out? How about we go out to the fucking courtyard and we can ask every single kid out there if they think I'm racist, and if any one of them thinks I'm racist, you can expel me. She's like, no, we don't have to go that far. I was like, no, we do, obviously, because you think I'm racist because I punched someone in the throat. I was like, what about last week when I punched Talon in the mouth and I caused him to bleed everywhere because he has braces? And she said, you did what? My mom said, really? I was like, yeah, call Talon in here right now. He's a white guy. He's got braces. Ask him how his mouth got fucked up. And so Talon comes in and he's got like a scab on his cheek and stuff because I punched him so fucking hard. His braces went through his cheek. And, you know, she's like, hey, so the principal said, hey, how'd you get that mark on your face? And he looked at me and I looked at him and was like, go ahead and tell her. I already told her. And he's like, yeah, he punched me in the face. She's like, well, now I can expel you for that. I was like, so first off, you didn't see it. You only heard it secondhand. So we could be lying. So you're just going to take us at face value that we're not lying? And she just looked at me. And then I was like, do you even want to hear the story of why he got punched in the mouth? If it was true? And she's like, okay, let's hear it. So I went on another 15-minute fucking story about why I punched Talon in the mouth. Bro, this principal wanted nothing to fucking do with me by the end of it. We were literally in there for like an hour and a half. And this whole time my mom is like just spewing fucking vomit out of her mouth, just cussing and calling people names and shit. But like, I go into this long spiel about, oh yeah, well I was sitting there hanging out with my friend Kim, and you know, Talon turns around and starts talking shit and calling her names and calling me names and calling me a bitch and shit. And I told Talon if he didn't sit down and shut the fuck up, I was gonna punch him in the mouth. And then he obviously started talking shit even more. And then, you know, I told him, I was like, you have one last chance, Talon, just to shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna make you shut up. And he kept talking shit, telling me I wasn't gonna do anything, kept calling her a bitch and a cunt and telling her she was ugly and da 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 da. And I told him, Talon, when we get outside, I'm gonna punch you in the mouth. And I live up to what I say I'm gonna do. And he's like, yeah, you're a bitch, you're a pussy, you ain't gonna do shit. And then he leaves because we had to leave in the order of our tables, right? So they would clear one table, 5 minutes later they'd clear another table, and so on and so forth. And then, so we were like 2 tables away from him. So like, it was like 10-15 minutes before we had to leave. And the guy sitting next to me was like the badass of the school, right? He was the guy that got expelled for fighting more than anybody else. What up, Giggle? And his name was Blake. He would literally, he sit next to me and he saw the whole thing happen. He looked at me, he's like, are you really gonna punch him in the mouth? I was like, fuck yeah. He's like, bro, I gotta watch this shit. I was like, all right, hey, if you wanna watch it, you wanna watch it. He's like, and then my other friend, he's like, yeah, he's gonna bitch out, he ain't gonna do it. I was like, really? You don't think I'm gonna punch Talon in the mouth for being a fucking dick? And he's like, nah, I don't think you will. And Blake's like, I got $5. He punches him in the mouth. He's like, I'll take that bet. So we all 3 walk out there, and I'm like, where the fuck is it? And someone sees him on the table. Like, oh, okay, sweet. And I didn't even say a fucking word. I literally start walking up to him, and then somebody on the other, like, he's sitting at the picnic table, is back to me. Someone on the other side's like, hey, look, here comes John. And Talon stands up, turns around, and I just fucking clocked him right in the mouth. And I didn't say a fucking word. I just clocked him right in the fucking mouth. And he hits the table and starts spitting blood. And I looked at my knuckles like, God damn it, I forgot you had braces. And I had like this massive cut on my knuckle from punching his fucking braces through his cheek. Which is why he had the scab on the outside of his cheek. And he had to pull his cheek off of his braces and everything. And then he's just sitting there. I was like, okay, so are we cool? You gonna apologize now? So, you know, Kim was, what? She's like yelling at me again. She's like, you didn't have to punch him. Blah, blah, blah. I was like, once again, Kim, I'm telling you, people are gonna be assholes. They're gonna get treated like an asshole. Treat others how you want to be treated. Golden rule. I was like, he wants to be a dick. I'm gonna treat him like a dick. And it's like, apologize. And we're done. And he's like, I'm sorry. I was just trying to be, you know, funny or whatever. And he said, and I was like, okay, we're done. And I walked off. You know, and next day I was like, yo, how's your mouth feel? He's like, it fucking hurts, you asshole. I was like, you fucking asked for it. I told you to stop. You know me. If I tell you to do something and you don't fucking do it, you get repercussions. If I tell you I'm gonna punch you in the mouth, I'm gonna punch you in the mouth. You really thought I wasn't gonna punch you in the mouth because I was your friend? If anything, I'm more likely to punch you in the mouth because I'm your friend. He's like, yeah, I get it. And then, like, we were all cool after that. And then it was like the principal, like, heard the whole story, and she just looked at me. She's like, get the fuck out of my office. I was like, so I'm not racist anymore? And she's like, shut the fuck up and get out of my office. I was like, all right, have a good day. She never talked to me again. It was so funny. And then, to make things even worse, I never talked to Talon after middle school, because this all happened in middle school. We were really good friends through middle school. He kind of fucked me over on dating a chick at one point, because he lived near her and I didn't get to spend any time with her. But he would always like relay information and say things that weren't true or whatever. But long story short, he like kind of cucked me for dating a chick and pissed me off, so I never really talked to him again. And then like 10 years later, I'm dating this one chick, and she's like, hey, you want to come hang out with me and my friend at her house? I was like, yeah, sure. So I go to this house, and I'm never met this chick before. It's just me, my girlfriend, and her friend. And then like, oh yeah, one of her friends is coming over too. I was like, oh, okay, sure. We can hang out. They had a pool and they had some food and we were watching TV or whatever. And it was the most awkward situation. I'm sitting there on the couch, just watching some TV, and fucking Talon walks in. And I literally looked over as he walked in, and he looked at me, I looked at him, and we looked at each other for a second. I looked at my girlfriend, he looked at his friend, and we looked back at each other, and we both said, are you fucking kidding me? We both were just like, did this seriously just fucking happen? And then both the girls say, what? Do you know each other? And we both laughed. It's like, yep. It's like, is that a good thing? Question mark. It's like, I don't know. Is it a good thing? And he looked at me. He's like, it doesn't matter. I was like, all right. If it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. And later on, the girlfriend asked me. She's like, what's up with you and Talon? I was like, oh, we went to middle school together. And, he kind of cucked me for dating a chick, which is whatever. But I did punch him in the mouth once. And she said, great. I was like, well, I think we're cool. It's just like, it was so fucking awkward just randomly meet up with him at a random place like that out of fucking nowhere after like 10 years. It was so funny. But yeah, that was a good one. Well, what up, Giggle? How you doing, man? Appreciate your time chiming in and whatnot. Oh, it was Wood? Yeah. They're all named Spirit, so it kind of threw me off. But yeah, that shit was so funny. But yeah, that was a story about me getting called racist again. And another time I got called racist, I was in a parking lot, almost got ran over by a car. And then I got called racist at a burger joint. And a couple other places, but like, I get called racist all the time. It's kind of weird. Because I feel like in no way, shape, or form am I a racist. I truly could give a shit less what color your skin is or what fucking race, like religion or race you are or fucking gender. I don't give a fuck. If you're a bad person, you're a bad person. If you're a nice person, you're a nice person. Like, religion, race, gender does not play a factor into how nice or mean you are as a person. Like, seriously. It's wild. Like, don't get me wrong. Some people do things that do come off as racist. I'm not gonna lie, that is a thing. If you saw from the outside me being a dick to, someone of a different color than myself, you might think, oh, he's just bullying that kid because he's racist. Like, it could come off that way. I could see it. I understand it. But judging a book by its cover is never the right thing, right? Like, you gotta ask, you gotta know the backstory. You gotta know the reason why you got to where we were at. You can't just see the end result and say racism. Yeah, so I don't know. I wouldn't say I was raised this way, mate, but I will say I'm the kind of person that I say it, I mean it. I give you 3 warnings. And if you don't adhere, I take 1 step towards violence. I don't overdo it. I just take 1 step, like usually 1 punch, 1 shove, 1 karate chop, you know. And then I go back to words, and I'm like, okay, we good? Do we need to continue? You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things, right? To get your point across. And I've talked about this before, is what typically happens with people is they will continuously do something that they know they shouldn't be doing until there's repercussions. If there is no repercussions, if there's no consequence to doing the things that they do, they're going to keep doing it. And I'm usually that consequence. Like, I have a bully story that I think I've told before, from school as well, that, you know, I did the same thing. And the teachers watched me do it, and they didn't care. Devon's coding for the drill? I do not remember. I'm being honest. If we have the materials for it, I'll look later and tell you, but I don't remember. I can look later, though. But anyway, yeah, so I had a bully story once. I was walking down the hallway, you know, I think I was a junior or a senior at the time. I can't remember. And I saw kids that were in my grade. They were either juniors or seniors as well. And there's like 3 of them just sitting in a hallway. The hallway was pretty much empty because we were going from class to class. And we had 5 minutes between classes. So most of the kids had already made it to the class. And it was almost... Wait, has there always been 2 nodes here? There was a couple, like, freshmen, you know, 9th graders, that were, like, kind of struggling to get to class on time, right? There's barely anybody left in the hallway. And these 3 seniors sitting out by these lockers stopped them in the hallway and told them that they weren't allowed to pass, because this was the seniors' hallway. And they're like, but our class is right there on the other side, and we're running late, you know, they're trying to plead their case. And they're like, nope, you got to go around. And they're like, but if we don't go through, we're going to be late. And these teachers are standing out by their door watching this happen, doing nothing. And now, in the teacher's defense, they're not allowed to really do anything, right? They have their hands tied around. They can verbally tell the kids to stop and to not do it or whatever, but they can't physically make them do anything, right? So I'm standing there. I'm walking down the hallway and I hear it. And I literally tell the guys, like, bro, just let them get through. Like, you don't want them to be late to class just because you want to be a fucking dick. He's like, we do what we want. I'm like, yeah, you can do what you want when it doesn't impact other people. He's like, but you can't make somebody late just because you want to be a fucking dick. They're like, well, fuck you, man. Mind your own business. It's like, I am minding my own business, but you're making it my business by making this public. Now it's everybody's business. And they're like, well, what are you gonna do? It's 3 of us, and we're all bigger than you. I was like, does that mean anything to me? And one of my teachers actually laughed when I said that. She was standing off to the side, and she cuckolded. And I heard her. And I was like, I guess that was kind of funny. And the boys were like, well, how about that? How will we make you late to class? I was like, if you can. They're like, oh, big man, big words. One of them tried to touch me, and I fucking slammed his face into the locker. And he hit the ground. And I looked at his 2 friends and was like, okay, so we're going to continue on with this? And the other's just like, bro, that was uncalled for. I was like, you tried to touch me. And I'm not allowed to defend myself. There's 3 of you, 1 of me. If one of you gets a hold of me, you can do what you want. That is called self-defense. You're like, dude, that's bullshit. And the next guy tried to grab me, and I slammed his face into the locker. And I said, do we want to go 3 for 3? I was like, can the boys go to class now? Like, yeah, man, like, yeah, you just go to class. We're done. I was like, okay, all right, boys, go ahead off to class. And I just walked off. I got called down to the office for that one too. Got called raisins for that one too, because they were all Mexican boys. And like, I was like, ask any of the teachers that were standing in the hallway watching this happen. if I'm racist. So they called down like 3 of the teachers and they told their side of the story because the cameras saw it all, but they have no audio, right? So the teachers, you know, recounted their story, and you know, like, all right, go to class, don't let it happen again. I was like, it'll happen as many times as it needs to happen. Like, it's not like I'm going out on my way to look for this. If it happens, you know, like, and just like he got like it was so fucked. And later on, my teacher's like, I can't believe you fucking did that. I'm like, what? Was I just gonna let those kids get bullied because those kids were having a bad day? Like, that's bullshit. Like, yeah, most people would have just like left it alone and like just, you know, not gotten part of it. I was like, yeah, I'm not most people. When I see something wrong, I step in because that's just how I am. If violence has to be used, I'll use it, but I don't go to it. I don't use it as a first resort. I use it as a last resort, and I use it in minimal force. Both of those kids had massive black eyes. It's so funny. They never did it again, though. Like I said, it's about consequences. Like, these people will always be bullies. They will always treat people like shit, and they will always do what they want to do until they are faced with consequences. It's just like breaking the law. People that break the law will continue to break the law the more they get away with it. Like, if they don't get hit with some sort of thing, right? Jail time, you know, being arrested, fucking community service, something. If something is not done for a consequence, they're just going to continue doing it. So, I am that consequence most of the time. At least when I was growing up, right? As I've gotten older and I don't really go out as much, I don't really see that stuff as often. But, yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, like, when I was with my dad, almost every time I was with my dad, I don't know what it is about me and my dad hanging out, but everybody wants to fucking fight us. It's so annoying. We're short people, right? I'm like 5'7", my dad's like 5'5", and it's like people got this, like, short person syndrome. Like, they see short people and they want to pick on us. And we are not people to be picked with. But that's the thing, too, man, is like, you're right. You can handle things with words, but some people, words do nothing to them. Right? You lay out a logical argument, you try and, like, you know, explain things to them and get them to, like, you know, chill out, relax, whatever. Some people don't. That's usually what ends up happening. The second they go to lay hands on me, the second they switch from words to violence, is when I switch to violence. Right? If you look at any one of my stories, every single one of them has a common thread. They touched me first. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I except for Talon. Talon's the one exception because he's a fucking dickhead, and I told him I was gonna punch him in the mouth if he didn't shut up. And so I just punched him in the mouth, right? Like, Talon deserved that shit. But everybody else, there's always a common thread that they touched me first. Right? And like I said, some of these people, they need to be put in their place because they think they can do what they want and get away with it. And don't get me wrong, some of them can't. Because you're always going to run into somebody that's bigger, badder, and stronger than you are. You always will. Unless you pick your battles very well. But just, yeah, man, I don't know. People are just crazy. Like, me and my dad would go somewhere. Like, we were literally just going to a goddamn grocery store one day, me and my dad. It was me and my dad and my dad's other kid. And we were walking through the parking lot. Me and my dad's other kid. We were walking through, and we were like, I don't know, maybe 20 feet in front of my dad. And we were crossing from the parking lot spot in front of the store to the door, you know? That little, like, driving area that people drive in front of the store. And we're in the middle of that walkway, right? We're halfway through it, almost all the way to the other side. And this guy in his piece of shit white car comes flying past me and my brother. Not really my brother, but I call him my brother. but comes flying past both of us and almost hits me and him. We had to jump like forward to avoid being hit by the car. That's how close this guy was to us. And so my dad smacks his car because my dad is close enough to the car to actually hit it with his hand. And he yells at the dude. He's like, bro, you see people walking in the fucking crosswalk. What the fuck are you doing? Guy slams on his brakes, gets out of the car, starts yelling at my dad, calling him a Yankee and a bunch of other names and shit. And starts talking shit. And then he starts calling us racist. I'm like, what? Bro, you're white. How are we racist? Right? I mean, my dad's Italian, and he's a little tan. So maybe he was calling my dad racist because he thought my dad wasn't white. I don't know. But he called us racist, called us a bunch of Yankees, said he was gonna beat our asses and stuff. And my dad's like, oh really? You're gonna beat our ass because you almost ran us over. Let's see how that goes. And the guy's like, I'm gonna call the cops. My dad's like, please call the cops. Because guess what? We're gonna rumble right here until they show up. We're gonna rumble after they show up. And we're gonna rumble in the jail. When we both go to jail, we'll be rumbling in the jail as well. And the guy's like, you guys are fucking assholes. And he just fucking left. And I'm just sitting there like, wait, we're the assholes because you almost ran us over? What the fuck is your problem, bro? Oh yeah, that one? Yeah, that one. I mean, I have a few of my dad's ones. Like, yeah, we've gotten shot at before. That one was a fun story. That was a pretty interesting story. Me and my dad were at a burger restaurant. Me, my dad, and my brother, and we're sitting there, minding our own business. We're eating our food. Another family, dad and his two sons, came in. They're roughly like the same age as us, and my brother is a couple years older than me. So I think I was like 14. My brother was like 16, and then my dad, you know, and we're sitting there eating, and these other family comes in, sits down. They're waiting on their food, and the kids just keep staring at me and my brother. Me and my brother are trying to like ignore it, right? We're just sitting there like we can see them out of the corner of our eye, like behind, because they're like catty corner behind my dad a little bit, and they're just staring at us. And we're like, why are they just fucking staring at us? You know, it's fucking weird. We're trying to eat our food, and then the food shows up, and they're eating, and they're still staring at us. And we tell our dad, we're like, bro, these kids have been staring at us for like 10, 15 minutes, and they won't fucking stop. And so my dad turns around and sees the kids just staring at us. And my dad says to him, he's like, hey, is there a reason you guys are just staring at us? And the dad turns around and says, oh, you got a fucking problem with us? He's like, no, but your boys are just staring at us for no reason, and we want to know why. We're curious, like, did we do something? Is there like something in this direction? Did somebody got a booger or something? Like, you know, we even threw that comical comment in there, like, just to try and like, you know, I mean, like break the ice and like get rid of like the tension a little bit. And like, well, my boys are saying that you're mean mugging us and you're staring at us and you're talking shit and stuff. It's like, we haven't said a fucking word. And we haven't even looked in their direction. We can just see them in our peripheral vision that they're staring at us for the last 15 minutes. Well, you guys started it. I was like, well, I can promise you I didn't start it, but I will fucking finish it. My dad looked at me, he's like, oh God, are we starting this now? It's like, my brother's like, oh yeah, I'm ready to go out in the parking lot at this point. These boys think that they're all that a bag of chips and can mean mug us and get away with fucking lying and talking shit. Yeah, I'll put them in their place real quick. And the boys stand up like they wanted to fight, and the dad stands up. Bro, these kids were like 6 foot fucking tall. My brother's like 5'8". I'm 5'7". My dad's 5'5". Like, everybody's fucking short as shit. And they're looking down at us like, oh yeah, look at you little boys. You're so fucking small, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. That didn't end very well for them. My dad picked their dad up and slammed him down on the table like it was fucking WWE time, bro. Fucking just straight power bombed his ass right on the fucking table. And he just laid there. And I looked at the kid, like the kid my age, and my brother looked at the other kid. It's like, so are we doing this? Like, bro, you guys are fucking crazy, man. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Why'd you do that? It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you dumb? You have been asking for this for the last 20 fucking minutes. And you talk shit first. And then he tried to put hands on our dad and we're the ones in the wrong here? Oh my god. The fucking manager comes out, you know, saw everything on the camera, right? Comes out, breaks it up, tells the other family to leave. You know, we pay for our food, you know, and they, you know, you guys can stay, you know, you're fine. We saw the whole thing, you know, you're nothing wrong, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, cool. Like, we go there all the time. They had car shows there, like, every week. Like, 2 or 3 times a week. They'd have car shows. Like, every day of the week was, like, a different car show. They'd have, like, classic day, regular day, hyper day, you know, import day. They had, like, motorcycle day, Harley day. Like, they had so many different, like, every day of the week was a different type of, like, vehicle day where people would come and bring their cars at night and their vehicles and, like, show them off. And it was just a cool thing. We went there all the time. It's like, bro, it's like, we can't go fucking any... My brother was at a bowling tournament. Like, his school versus another school. And gets into a fight with a kid in the fucking stands. For no apparent reason. Kid just starts talking shit to my brother. For no apparent reason. Starts calling him racist and a piece of shit. And, you know, just fucking... going off my brother. My brother just walks up and just fucking decks his ass in the middle of the fucking the tournament. It was so funny. Like, I just don't understand people, man. Like, obviously most of this is in Florida, and Topher kind of already hit the head on the nail earlier. It's like, people in fucking Florida are just pieces of shit most of the time. I don't know what it is about people in Florida. Obviously, you got your nice people. You got your genuinely nice people. You got the people that, you know, they're so nice that they're invisible. You don't even know they fucking exist, right? And then you got the people that do stand out, that are the majority of the people that you have, like, stories on because they're fucking assholes. Whether they don't know how to drive, they're impatient, they think they own the fucking world, like, they think everybody else is wrong with themselves. Like, that's, like, only, like, 10% of the population. But that 10% makes up 100% of the stories. And it's just, like, it's crazy that, like, there's people in the world that are like that. It's not like I go out of my fucking way to find someone minding their business to pick a fight with. Like, it's just crazy. And don't get me wrong, in a lot of these stories, yeah, I could probably, in hindsight, pick it apart a little bit, maybe find a better solution or way around it, or maybe we could have done something differently to avoid it. But, like, maybe we could have been the bigger man in the situation and just walked away. Like, all of that is true. But at the end of the day, it still holds true. If we let these people get away with acting this way, treating people that way, it's going to just get worse every single time they get away with it. The more you let something slide from somebody, the more brazen and more harsh it's going to become every single time. If you let someone steal $1, the next time they're going to try and steal $5. They get away with stealing $5, they're going to try and steal $10. They get away with stealing $10, they're going to try and steal $100. They can get away with $100, what's to say they can't get away with $1,000? And it just builds. It's the same philosophy. It's the same premise. Like, if you let them get away with it once, they're going to keep doing it. And every time they get away with it, they're going to try and go bigger and better. So, I don't like that. So I do my damnedest to make sure it doesn't happen. And that's why I always stand up for people that are being wronged. I've always have and I always will. Just like in our chat, like in chat here. If I see someone being a dick to somebody, if there's not a valid reason to it, I turn the tables on them, right? I paint them to be the bad guy, and I jump on them, and you know what I mean? I bully them instead. And they're the ones that usually get timed out. There's the ones that I allow the chat to bully and I allow them to talk shit to and make fun of and call names. And I don't fault you guys for doing it because, like, golden rule, treat others how you want to be treated. You want to be a fucking dick? We're gonna all treat you like a dick. That simple. Now, I don't care about bullying me all that much because I don't really give a fuck. You can bully me all you want. I have enough self-confidence in myself to know whatever you say to me doesn't really mean jack all. So, like I said, mate, you are a very genuinely nice person, and you are the type of person that is more willing to just say, hey, you're not listening, you're not going to change, nothing I say is going to, you know, resolve the situation, so why is there any reason to keep talking? And you would walk away. You are that type of person. Now, I am that type of person if I deem the situation that doesn't require any more like if my whole goal of intervening was just to bring the focus off of the person that was being targeted and onto me, if that was my sole focus, I do that. I will walk away. Right? I will let that person like ninja out the back door, get away, and then I'll be like, all right, well, have a nice day, and I just walk off, right? And then like, oh wait, where'd the guy go? Oh my god, we lost him. Oh fuck, you know, like it's one of those situations. I'm totally down for that. But as long as it doesn't cross some sort of like, it's like a gut check, right? It's like as long as they don't cross a certain like threshold or a certain line, or they don't provoke violence first, I'm okay with walking away, right? Like as long as I diffuse the situation to a point where everybody gets out fine, it's perfectly acceptable. It's just most of my stories that I do typically tell usually end in one way. And it's because most of these people they cross the line, right? They start the violence, they cause violence, they instigate it, they put hands on somebody. They, you know what I mean? That's usually most of my stories that I have. Because most of the other ones are just like, oh yeah, someone was being a dick to a girl, I said something to them, they started being a dick to me, the girl walked away, right? Like, super simple, right? That's happened hundreds of times, right? I've done it for guys, I've done it for girls. It doesn't really matter. Like, I don't give a shit if someone's fucking screaming down my throat. Like, no skin off my back. I'm used to that shit. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you stand up for yourself, but you have no reason to cross any lines, right? You're more like, I feel like if I was you, like I said, and I would walk away from every situation as long as violence wasn't provoked onto me. Like if I was standing there and someone punched me, I would retaliate. Simple as that, right? And that's, like I said, that's my stories. Is usually someone has shoved me, tried to grab me, or in some way, shape, or form like that, right? Of hitting me, and I've usually retaliated with my own like counter, right? Like they try to grab my arm and I twist theirs instead. They try to shove me and I punch him in the throat, or like jab him in the throat, like karate chop or something. You know what I mean? Like something small, some quick little retaliation, and that's usually all it ends up as. The only caveat is Talon. Talon is the fucking black sheep of my stories. That guy, he pissed me off. I was definitely in the wrong in that one, but he fucking deserved it. Fuck Talon, dude. Fuck Talon. I guarantee you he never did that again, though. I just thought the funniest part about the Talon story was Blake. He's just like, you really gonna do it? Just like, yeah. You're not just all talk, are you? I was like, no. Like, it was like questioning my integrity of like what I said, like, and it's like you at that point you like can't back down. You kind of feel like you're obligated to do it, and it's like it's not that I was gonna back down to begin with, but like you're putting the pressure on me, man. It's like, really, Blake, you gotta put the extra pressure on me like that? Like, come on, man, come on, you gotta be doing that. That's what I'm saying. Like, you are that type of person that you have no reason to, right? But I don't think you've ever been put in the position where you're forced to use violence. You know what I'm saying? Like, surrounded by 10, 15 people and about to get your absolute ass handed to you. You know, like, there's no talking your way out of it. Like, I've been in a locker brawl where I had like 15, 20 people not letting me leave a locker, ready to beat my ass. I've been surrounded against a wall before because some kid was flirting with my girlfriend and I shoulder checked him in a hallway. Like something stupid. And I had 15 people show up. And don't get me wrong, I talked my way out of both of those. There was no violence, right? But I'm just saying, in a situation where their only option is to have violence, I'm not going to let someone punch me in the face and not retaliate. I'm that kind of person. You are way too nice, in my opinion. There's nothing wrong with being too nice. And there's nothing wrong with the way you act. I commend you 100%. Most people are not you. You are definitely in that top 10% of actually nice people. And it's kind of wild how nice you are. Like, yes, if you have to, you'll do what you have to do. Don't get me wrong. Everybody will. But it takes a lot to get you to that point, I feel like. Like, legit bodily harm has to be, like, not just a shove or something, right? Like, it has to legit be bodily harm for you to actually cross that line. And that's hella self-control, which I condemn. I definitely condemned you for that. Like, that's great. Or commend? I think commend. I commend you for that. That worked. So, like I said, don't take what I say badly. And like I said, I'm definitely a little too quick to violence sometimes. But I still believe that the only way to solve someone's bad choices in life and, you know, keep them from making their choices worse and or continuously doing those bad choices to people is purely to actually show them that they're wrong, right? To give them a consequence that they can't deny and force them to rethink, oh shit, maybe I was wrong. Because like I said, without consequences, they don't think they're doing anything wrong. If no one ever tells you you're doing something wrong, let's say you're always calling somebody a bitch. You call females bitches every day, all day, and no one ever tells you otherwise. No one ever tells you you're not supposed to do it. No one ever tells you that's wrong. There's no consequence. There's no repercussions. There's no nothing. You're going to keep doing it. That's that. The second somebody actually proves to you that you're doing the wrong thing, you rethink it. That's simple. And that's honestly why sometimes I am a little too quick to go to violence. Like I said, just telling Johnny, don't do that. That's mean. Johnny, I told you, you shouldn't be doing that. Johnny, stop pulling her hair. It doesn't feel good. Johnny's never going to learn. Some people will. There's a lot of people, like I would say 80% of the population, you tell them what they're doing is wrong. You voice it to them. You explain to them that, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. And most of them listen. There is a small portion of the population that do not listen to words. And usually, in most cases, your best option in those situations, just to avoid it for yourself, is to walk away. Be the bigger man, just like you're talking about doing, which I agree with. But I also believe, from my perspective, that teaching these people a lesson means more than just walking away from them. Like I said, it's not that I go out of my way. It's not that I intentionally try to find these people. It's not that I, you know, force these situations or anything like that. And that's why I said I haven't done it in a very long time because I don't run into it very often anymore. I haven't run into people doing it in many like 10 plus years. I haven't seen it. So I have no more. All of my stories are from when I was in like middle school and high school, right? Like, because kids haven't learned. Kids haven't been taught yet. Their parents don't teach them, so they get away with this shit because no one's gonna teach them. That's pretty much what it boiled down to. Like I kind of took it upon myself to teach these people the way of the world, right? That simple. I said, do I regret punching some of these people in the throat or causing violence? Sometimes. Did I ever go overboard? Did I ever do more than I needed to? Did I ever cause like actual physically long-lasting harm? No. Should I have reserved the violence in most of the cases? Probably not. Could I have solved it with words? Maybe. Would they have listened? Coin flip. Did they listen after I punched them in the throat? 100%. I never once saw any one of those kids that I ever taught a lesson do it again. Over the many years that I had spent with those people after the fact, I never once heard of a situation or saw a situation where they did anything remotely like that. If anything, most of the people that I taught that lesson to taught the same lesson to the next person. So, like I said, I agree with you, mate. 100%. 99% of the time, walking away, being the bigger man, regardless if you're hit, punched, or shoved or whatever, as long as it's nothing excessive, right? It's not going to cause long-lasting permanent damage or risk like severe injury. Sure, walk away. If someone just shoves you, who the fuck cares? If someone slugs you in like the shoulder or gets one good like, you know, chin shot or something, okay, be the bigger man, whatever. No one else is involved. If there's no other situations, you know, there's nothing you're trying to prove a point or whatever, like, hey, bigger man's always the best option. Walk away. There's no reason to have violence because it's not going to solve anything. It's not going to teach anything. No one's going to learn anything. There's no reason to continue on with it. I agree. It's just I never got into those fight situations myself because I never provoked it. I never prompted anybody to ever want to have a fight with me. I always kept to myself. I didn't really say a whole lot. I was kind of that little loser loner that everybody knew, everybody like got along with, but no one ever had a problem with. That's why like I always ended up inserting myself into the situations because like no one ever knew I was fucking there. I was invisible. And they would do stuff around me and I would step up and I'd be like, hey, what the fuck? Like, oh, hey, John, what's going on? I'm like, yeah, hey, I'm standing right here too. You know what I mean? Like, that was like the story I've told before about the guy that I shoulder checked that was like, you know, stalking my girlfriend, right? I shoulder checked him and said, stop stalking my girlfriend. It's literally all it was. Only reason I even shoulder checked him was to get him to stop in the hallway so I can tell him to stop stalking my girlfriend. Like, hey, I know you're stalking my girlfriend. She's uncomfortable. Stop following her. Stop stalking her in general. And then later on that day, all of his boys circled me in the fucking in the field, and we're gonna beat my ass. And then one of the guys was like, "Yo, we're beating this guy's ass. Yo, I ain't doing this," because he knew me. I'm like, "Oh, what do you mean you're not doing this?" He's like, "I know him. If he said what he said, you know what I mean? If he did what he did, he had a reason for it, right? Like, he knew me. He knew me as like, we got along. His girlfriend was really good friends with me. And like, so, I mean, it just squashed the beef right there and there. I didn't move. I didn't provoke it. I didn't say anything. I just stood there. I was like, so we're doing this? And then the guy looked up and he saw it was me. He's like, oh, yeah, we ain't doing this. I'm like, all right. Hope you guys have a good day. You know what I mean? Like, just super chill about it. Yeah, exactly, mate. Like, that was kind of me too. Like, all of like everybody knew me. I'd walk down the hallway and everybody like, hey John, what's going on? How's your day? I'm like, oh, it's good. I hope you're doing well. You know, we would have like a 20-second conversation, you know. Everybody. Every single one. Teachers, students, every single person pretty much knew me. All the girls would come up and give me a hug, you know, and then they'd go about their day. Like, I was a daily thing. The shitty part about knowing everybody though in high school was when it was cold out, all the girls knew I was always hot. Like even in like 30-degree weather, I'd be like really hot and like on the brink of sweating. I'm always just really hot. And I don't know what the fuck was wrong with these women, but they thought it was a good idea in the fucking 30-degree fucking weather to shove their hands up my shirt to warm their hands up. Fucked up. Let me tell you, fucked up. I've never had so many women's hands on me in my entire life. But like I said, everybody knew me. And like I said, it was just purely because I was nice to everybody and I was polite. And I never really, you know what I mean? I didn't do anything to like piss people off. Like I said, I was quiet. I kept to myself. I didn't really like insert myself in anybody's situations. I just kind of sat there and minded my own business and did my own thing. And like, you know, whenever like somebody was around or something was happening, I would help people. I would do things, you know, I would play with people, talk to people, whatever. It's just a pleasant person to be around, I guess. So I was friends with like everybody. I wouldn't say friends. Because friends would be like it's people you call and hang out with outside of school. So like I said, I was acquaintances with like everybody. Everybody knew me and everybody was cool with me. And the few people that like I would have a problem with every once in a while were the people that were like new to the school or, you know, that I didn't really spend any time with or whatever, that didn't really know me all that well. And they were like, yeah, you have a problem with this boy? You have more problems in your life. If you have a problem with this man, you have more problems with your life than this. It was just so funny. And like there was a few teachers that just disliked me. Like, there was one teacher that tried to kick me out of her class multiple times. And it was ridiculous. Like, you can't force someone to sit at a specific table. Like, you can have assigned seats, which is fine. Right? Everybody sits in the seat that they're assigned and, you know, to keep the order and, like, the logical organization so the teacher knows who's who's sitting where, who's missing, who's not missing, who's doing what they're supposed to do, so on and so forth. Like, it makes sense. I get that. But if your fucking table is completely covered in glitter because of somebody else that was sitting there before you, and you don't want to be covered in fucking glitter, so you move, you swap desks, like, you know, someone's not sitting behind you and that desk is clean. So instead of sitting in that chair, I just swapped the two chairs. And she fucking lost her mind. That's not your seat. I'm like, I'm sitting exactly where you told me to sit. Like, yeah, but that's not the seat that's supposed to be there. I'm like, does it really matter which seat is in what spot? They're exactly the same chairs. That one's just covered in glitter and this one's not. Like, you need to move those seats back to where they were. I was like, okay, well then I'm going to sit in the chair without glitter. She's like, no, you're not. You're going to sit where I told you to sit. I was like, no, I'm not. I am not sitting in glitter. You can't make me sit in glitter. That's bullshit. She's like, watch your language. I was like, I can't watch my language because it's invisible and I don't have a mirror. Obviously, I was being a smartass at this point because she was pissing me off. Because she was the same teacher. She was an English teacher. If you didn't use the correct word in the sentence when asking her something, she'd be like, oh, you mean this? Well, I'm not going to recognize that as a sentence until you use the proper grammar and structure. So if you said, can I go to the bathroom? And she said, yeah, you have the capabilities to go to the bathroom, but you can't go. Why can't I go to the bathroom? Because you didn't ask me the right question. I fucking hated that teacher so much. Anyway, so she sent me out of the room. This game is dead. Yep. Well, it is, but it's still fun. So I'm still playing it. Okay. So I think they finally took it off of the PlayStation Store. So if you didn't own it on PlayStation, then you can't play it anymore because you can't purchase it. And then I think Xbox is either removing it soon or it's already removed. But on Steam, there's only 400 people that are playing it right now, which is pretty much on par for this time of the night. But there are still people that are playing it on console that purchased it or that possibly still have the Game Pass or whatever that's still on there. I don't know if it's still on Game Pass or not, but if it is, they can still play through that. So there's probably closer to like 1,000 people playing it. Maybe less now that PlayStation supposedly got rid of it, and I don't know how many people actually bought it. They were playing it through the Steam store or the PlayStation store. But yeah, relatively pretty much dead because that's 400 people on Steam only, spread between EU and NA. So it's not very many people playing. But like I said, I'm having a good time. I'm enjoying it. I'm pushing my Iron Man through, gathering everything, leveling up all my professions, gonna craft everything that I can to max level. Just having a good time, leveling everything up, and just having just fun time playing the game. That's the that's simple. Oh man. Oh, that's a new one? Oh. Oh, so anyway. So she told me I had to sit in the chair and I told her I wouldn't. And she's like, if you don't sit in the chair, I'm gonna send you to the office. Like, you're gonna send me to the office on a referral because I won't sit in a chair covered in glitter and you won't let me swap it with the chair behind it. Oh, there's an ad. That's why. I'll wait. I'll wait. Kabul, are you in an ad still, or did you even get hit with an ad? If you're still hanging out. I'm gonna end up finishing my story for Mate, but figured I'd chat with you as well, if you're interested. Got a bunch of mining levels today, that's pretty huge. Oh man. Already 2 a.m. We got 3 hours left to stream. I got a lot of life modes though. Ad should be over in a second here. Kabul, can you hear me now? You still in an ad? I know Mate. Okay, I know Mate will tell me when he's back. Yeah, so Mate. So basically, she wouldn't let me switch the chairs. So she wouldn't let me swap the chair that was clean for the one that I usually sit in. Right? She wouldn't let me swap the chairs. She wouldn't let me sit in the other chair that was clean. I had to sit in a glitter chair. So according to her, and I told her she didn't have the right to force me to sit in a chair covered in glitter just because she had a specific way of doing things. Like, she didn't have the right to make me do that. And I made an analogy with her, and I said, or a simile, I said, hey, this is just like, you can't make someone sit somewhere and sit in something that they don't want to sit in. If this thing was covered in dog poop, and you were forcing me to sit in it, that would be wrong. It's the same thing with glitter. If I don't want to sit in glitter and be covered in glitter, I shouldn't have to. And she's like, well, you have to do it because I'm telling you to. I'm like, no, that's not how this works. And she's like, if you don't sit in that chair, I'm going to send you to the office on a referral. I was like, so you're going to give me a referral for not sitting in glitter because you won't let me swap the chairs for a clean one. She's like, I'm going to give you a referral for not listening to me. I'm like, okay, we'll see who wins this argument with the principal then. And she's like, sit in your chair, I'm giving you a referral. So I take the chair and I slammed it into the wall and I broke it. Like it like snapped the wooden top off of the bar that was bracketed to. I broke the wooden thing off of it, so I couldn't sit in it anymore. I just slammed it as hard as I could into the wall and broke it. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't sit in it anymore, it's broken. Can I sit in the other chair now? And she's like, here's your referral, go to the office. Like, okay. Now I deserved one. At that point, I deserved a referral because I broke the chair. I was okay with that. So I go to the office, I sit there, I give her my referral. She's like, okay, the principal will see you shortly. And I go in, and the principal's there, and the guidance counselor's there, and I wouldn't say the shrink, but like, you know, the mental person was there. I don't know what you call him. Maybe it was a guidance counselor. I don't know. But anyway, there's a couple people sitting there. They're like, hey, we see your referral. You got kicked out of class because you wouldn't listen to the teacher and then you broke a chair. I was like, I mean, that's the Cliff Notes version. And they looked at me, he's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, there's more to it. There's I didn't just tell the teacher I wouldn't listen to her and break a chair just because I wanted to break a chair. There's a lot more to that story than just that. I was like, okay, well, tell us your side of the story. And I, you know, told him from start to finish. You know, I showed up to class. I saw there was glitter all over my chair. So I tried to move the chair to, you know, swap the chair that was behind it with that chair so I could sit in my assigned seat. So I could sit where I was supposed to sit according to my sheeting chart and, you know, not have to sit in glitter. They're like, okay. And she told me that I couldn't do that. And then I had to swap the chairs back. And I said, well, if I swap the chairs back, can I sit in the chair that doesn't have glitter? And she told me, no, I had to sit in my assigned seat where I was supposed to sit. And I wasn't allowed to swap the chairs because the chairs were supposed to be where their chairs were supposed to be. And they said, okay. And then she told me if I didn't sit in the chair that I would get a referral. And that's when I started arguing, saying, so you're going to force me to sit in glitter when I don't want to sit in glitter. And I gave him the simile as well. I was like, so you're telling me if it was covered in dog poop, you'd still make me sit in dog poop? And they laughed. And then I told her, I was like, so you're going to send me to, you're going to write me up on a referral for not sitting in glitter, or for not wanting to sit in glitter. And I told her, I told him, I was like, she said, no, I'm going to write you a referral for not listening to me. And I said, but you don't have the right to tell me that I have to sit in glitter. Like, well, you have to listen to what I tell you to do. I was like, within reason. And they said, okay, that you're right. And then she told me to sit down. I told her no, and she said it was my last chance before I got a referral. So I grabbed the chair and slammed it into the wall, so she had a reason to write me a referral. And they said, well, you probably shouldn't have done that. I was like, I agree. I shouldn't have broke the chair. But if she's going to try and make me sit in something, now she can't. Because now the chair is broken and I can't sit in it, and it's covered in glitter. So now I have glitter on me from breaking the chair, but at least I don't have to sit in the chair. And it's like, I can see the logic, but you shouldn't have broke the chair. I was like, I can agree with that. I'll take a suspension. I'm fine with that. But I think the teacher overstepped, and I think she should be reprimanded because she can't force people to sit in chairs because she has a specific OCD method of doing her things. It's not that I was breaking a seating chart. I wasn't doing anything wrong. I just didn't want to sit in glitter, and she couldn't accommodate. She wouldn't let me swap chair for chair to sit in the same exact spot I was supposed to sit in or anything like that. And they said, no, we agree. We'll have a talking to her. And it got worse after that. There was other stories that happened after that because now she was pissed at me because she got in trouble. What up, G-Door? How was your day? How's things going? Welcome in, man. Appreciate you stopping by. No. I mean, the only thing I know about the Winter Olympics was the skier, the older skier lady that came back this year for a one last hurrah, and she broke her tibia. 10-hour day at work. Is that more than you used to have or less, G-Dor? That's what I'm saying, mate. Like she definitely overstepped her bounds and she was abusing her authority of her classroom. And I didn't stand for it. Yeah, I mean it kind of sucks that they're mandating a specific time, but at least it's less hours. Unless you're counting on the more hours for pay, you know what I mean? Unless you need the more hours for money. And that kind of does suck, but yeah, I didn't know that's over. That's kind of funny. Bro, like think about it, Topher. These people in the Olympics, they're somewhat celebrities, right? Do you know how much they probably get like badgered in real life, right? And people are only dating them because they're quote unquote famous, so they're probably relatively picky with who they talk to or who they engage with or go on dates with or whatever. And when they're around nothing but other athletes at the same level, it's probably like their one time to just let loose and have a good time and know that nothing fishy's going on. No one's trying to entrap them or, you know, anything crazy. You know what I mean? Like, I could totally see it, man. Just, it's like a fucking, a nursing home almost. They're all just fucking ravenous fucking sex fiends. Like, it's like every 4 or 5 years they get a chance to like just get it all out while they can. You know what I mean? You know, they got to get enough in to last them until the next Olympics. That's crazy though. That's a lot of fucking gardens. Like not to say that there's not a lot of Olympians, right? Like not a lot of people at the Olympic Games, right? Participating. But that's still a lot. Even if there's like 2,000 people, that's like 10 condoms per person. And how many days was that over? You know what I mean? Yeah, 3 days, 10 condoms a person. That's a lot. I don't, like I said, that's just guesstimating 2,000 people. I don't know how many actual participants there were, but and my question is, what was the man to girl ratio? Right? Like, were the dudes sleeping with like 8 girls in a night, or was it like too many dudes and not enough women? Like, which direction did we go here? 3K athletes? Interesting. That's still a lot. That's true. I mean, honestly, if we're being real, Tover, do you really think that matters? I'm just gonna throw that out there. Like, most of those athletes, age doesn't matter at that point. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I mean, 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, kind of on the border cusp for some people to be accepted. But anything less than that, obviously, that's just fucking ick, right? Like, it's not that I would ever date a 16-year-old. I'm way too old for that. But sometimes you can't tell the difference between a 16 and an 18-year-old anyway. Bro, I remember when I was in Florida, my mom's house. It was right next to a school bus for the high school. Bro, the fucking freshmen that are 14 years old do not look fucking 14 years old. Not even a little bit. I was looking one day, I was like, Oh, she's kind of hot. My stepdad looked at me. He's like, you know how old she is? I said, no, she's in high school. So, I mean, you know, she's under 18 probably. What is she, like 17? Close to 18? Maybe she is 18. About to graduate, you know? He's like, she's 14. I was like, what? There ain't no goddamn way. He's like, yeah, I said the same thing. I was like, holy fuck, bro. What the shit? Yeah, it's that's what I'm saying though. It's like I don't know what it is, man, but these chicks, like between the ages of like 12 and 16, they want to look older. And God, they find a way to do it. I don't understand. Like, you can't tell how old they are. That's the problem. And that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to athletes, though, it's even harder to tell because they look younger, right? Because I don't know if you've ever paid attention, but a lot of like very, very, very high professional athletes, female wise specifically, their boobs don't come in until they stop like participating, right? Because if from what I understand, because my girlfriend or my wife's mom is like not a professional coach, but she teaches kids that go to state meets and national meets and get college like, you know, tuition, like, you know, sponsorships and stuff like that. She teaches these high level swimmers stuff, right? And she was saying that like she has female swimmers that want to take, you know, the summer off sometimes from swimming, and she tells them how bad of an idea it is because the second they stop swimming, the second they stop working out and, you know, pushing themselves and putting in the extra effort and all this other stuff, their boobs are going to come in. And the second the boobs come in, they completely lose all of their ability to compete going forward. Because their hips widen, their boobs come in, you know, the body style changes, you know, and they just are no longer like not saying that they couldn't compete, but they're not in the same boat that they would have been in originally, right? They're going to be much slower because now they have to compete with, you know, different I wouldn't say frictions for some reason, but like their aerodynamics and the streamlinedness with their hips being wider and the bigger boobs, it throws it all off, right? So knowing that, talking about other sports as well, if you're working out every day and you're participating in, you know, events and doing all this stuff and you're keeping active and it's preventing your body from developing those aspects, when you get into like those high tier, like those gymnastic people and all those other people, you can tell that most of them are very relatively flat chested and have very small rumps, right? They're very skinny, slender people. So you can't even tell what fucking age they are half the time. You know what I'm saying? So, like, they all look fucking 14. Depending on their height, right? Maybe the height makes them look a little older or whatever, but they all look relatively young. It's like bro, how the fuck are you supposed to know at that point? Like, it's crazy. Oh, interesting, mate. Yeah, the only time I ever went to the principal's office because I was in trouble. And I wasn't particularly in trouble. It's just I pissed somebody off usually. Like, well, I went to the office one time because when I was in high school, my my wrestling coach, right? I was in wrestling and I told him that I no longer wanted to compete in wrestling. I wanted to practice and be on the team and be part of the practices for, you know, just honestly, I liked it for the workout and the exercise and you know, just chatting with people and, you know, hanging out or whatever. And I told him I didn't want to compete in tournaments anymore, and my coach fucking snapped. I have to pee really quick. Give me a second. All right. Yeah, so my coach got pissed when I told him that. Well, my teachers liked me, but I was a little bit of a smartass. But like I said, the coach got pissed because I told him I didn't want to wrestle competitively anymore. And he was pissed because nobody else could take my spot in the competitions because they all sucked. I was the only person in my weight class that could wrestle at my weight class that was competitive enough. Like that was good enough to compete in the competitions to actually. I still lost because I wasn't like state material or anything because I didn't care. I didn't want to do it. I just wanted to sleep. Like there's a few tournaments I went to. I took like 3rd place, and it was purely because I lost to a guy that was not that good because I just didn't want to be there. He was like crawling all over me like a fucking spider monkey, and I just didn't give a shit. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be wrestling. I just wanted to be sleeping. I wanted to be at home, hanging out, playing video games. I didn't want to be in another fucking county wrestling 3 days in a row, just bored out of my fucking mind. I just didn't want to do it. Right? Anyway, so I told him I didn't want to compete anymore. And you know those old CRT TVs? The ones that were like really wide, deep, you know what I mean? They had all that little plastic back coating, like cover up all the wires and the tubes and stuff. Well, anyway, we had one of those in the field house, like in the sports field house. And I told him that I didn't want to compete anymore while he was like walking by it, and he turned around and he fucking punched it, and he split the plastic shell around it in half, and it fell apart and it hit the ground and exploded. And I looked at him. I said, "Yeah, I'm definitely done now." And you know, he got pissed. He was hollering and screaming and cussing and stuff. And then, you know, I told my mom that I quit and how the coach reacted. So, you know, she called the school, and the school called us all in to have a conversation and talk it all out. And I wasn't in trouble, but they wanted to hear my side of the story. They wanted to hear the coach's side of the story, and you know, hash things out. Make sure basically I think it was damage control more than anything. They just wanted to make sure we weren't gonna like sue or do anything, you know. But yeah, that was wild. I've never seen a TV explode like that before. That was crazy. But like all the other times were literally just like I did something questionable, got sent to the office. I think the only time I got sent to the office that I didn't do anything technically bad was I was sleeping in class one time. And I think it was in 8th grade. But I was sleeping in class, like, so my parents went out of town for a week, and I was at home alone dealing with the dogs, you know, and myself, you know, and I just wasn't sleeping very well. Whatever, not a big deal. But I was sleeping in class, and then like one day my teacher was like, "Hey, can you wake up and join us, do the assignment?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." So I sit up and I opened my bag, and I didn't have any paper. I was like, "I don't have any paper. Someone give me some paper." So someone gave me some paper, and then I'm looking for my pencil. I'm like, "Fuck, I don't have anything. I don't have a pencil. I don't have a pen. I don't have anything to write with." I was like, "Miss, can I borrow a pencil?" And she's like, "You don't have pencil. You don't have paper. You don't have anything with you. You're sleeping in class. I'm just gonna send you to the office." Like, okay. So she sent me to the office. I think she thought I was on drugs or something, because she sent me to the guidance counselor, not the principal. So I went to the guidance, because I went to the office and I said, "Hey, you just got sent to the office for sleeping in class, I think. I don't know." And she looked at it, she's like, "Oh, she sent you to the guidance counselor to have a conversation." I was like, "Okay." So I walked in, and the guidance counselor was like, "Oh, so, you know, it says you were sleeping in class and you didn't bring any supplies or anything with you. Just want to make sure everything's okay, things are going on at home." And I was like, "I mean, everything's great. You know, my parents are out at Live Fest or whatever. I don't remember what it's called. It's like a concert out in the middle of nowhere. It's like they've been gone for like all week, you know. They left me some money for some food, you know, the fridge has a lot of food. I'm dealing with, you know, I'm just hanging out with the animals at home and just, you know, playing video games all night." He's like, "Oh, okay, so nothing too crazy." I was like, "Yeah, you know, same old, just playing games, staying up late, you know. I just got some paper and a pencil." He's like, oh, okay, you know, that I just wanted to make sure you were all good, you know, nothing crazy was going on at home, you know, you didn't need to talk to anybody. I was like, no, I'm fine. He's like, oh, okay, have a good day then, you know, go back to class. I was like, all right. No, that was literally it. That was the only time I ever got sent to the office for not being called racist or doing something I shouldn't have been doing. I mean, I don't know. I feel like putting someone into the special ed classes, like special education, because they're accident prone, like you're always putting yourself into like questionable situations and doing questionable things as a kid. It's a really dumb reason. Now, I'm not saying maybe it was a good thing for you or not, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like there has to be more criteria than just that, because, bro, I did stupid shit. Like, I would smash my fucking face into textbooks as hard as I could, and I'd break the like the hardcover of the books. Like, you know those massive math books? I'd smash my fucking forehead into those as hard as I could. Like, I'd take the book and smash it into my face as hard as I can until I broke the fucking hardback book. That doesn't scream smart to me. Right? Not even a little bit. I'd jump off of tall ass things, twist my ankle, you know. Basically, like, I think I busted a vein once as well, jumping off of something and landing on a piece of wood, like the edge of a piece of wood, like that little like sharp angle. I hit it like right between my kneecap area, and my whole leg swelled up like crazy. Like, so it's like, I feel like if that was the only criteria required to like put me into special education classes, I would have been in them real quick. I mean, maybe there was more criteria to your situation, but if not, then I feel like that's a little oversimplification. Yeah, I do that shit all the time. I did it in elementary school, middle school, high school. I did that shit all the time. And I was also the kid at lunch that would drink as many milks as possible, because they always gave you 2 milks, and most people didn't need 2 milks. So I would always be like, hey, can I drink your milk? Hey, can I drink your milk? Hey, can I drink your milk? I think I held the record in elementary school for drinking like 35 milks in one sitting. It was like crazy. Okay, I was gonna say, there had to be more criteria, because I feel like if that was their one primary like smoking gun criteria, I feel like your education system failed you miserably. Like I said, not saying that they didn't do the right thing for you. They might have. I was just saying, like, just based off of that one criteria, I feel like that's too much of an oversimplification to do that. And it could have been the best thing for you, you know what I mean? But I feel like more criteria would have had to be considered into it. Like you said, there was more. But there had to have been more criteria to go into it to make the justification. I know my cousin, he was in special education classes for math. He never did anything like destructive like I did, like physically destructive. Like, he never hurt himself, he never hit himself with books or anything crazy like that. But he just really sucked at math. Like, really sucked at math. Just like, oh my god. It's like 1 + 1 is window to him, okay? Like, that's how bad he is at math. Like, you say, hey, what's 2 + 2? Fish! Like, he just sucked at math so bad. And the thing with that too, mate, is like, the older you get, the more developed your brain comes. The more developed your brain becomes, and the more experienced you become at doing things that you know are going to hurt you. The more you learn, the less likely you are to do things that are going to hurt you, right? It's the process of learning. And that's why I say, like, kids that hurt themselves at a young age, you know, doing dumb things, that's, I mean, I'm gonna be oversimplifying this, but that's kind of just a dude thing to do. Dudes just do that. I don't know what it is, but we tend to just hurt ourselves. We push those boundaries. We do stupid things, showing off and just being stupid because we don't know any better. Until we get older and we get wiser and we understand these things a little bit more, we just do dumb things. Like I said before, mate, some people have, I would say everybody has a percentage of autism, every single person in the world. And obviously, some are more than others, and some are more severe than others, and some are in different forms than others that are more apparent than others. And I would say that there are definitely some are very subtle and not very apparent. But I think every single person in the world has some form of it. Whether it's something as simple as OCD, because in my opinion, OCD is a form of autism, right? Having to have numbers at specific things on volume control or channels or whatever, having to have things in specific positions or lined up in a specific way, organized in a specific way, or whatever, forms of autism. Everybody has some form of it. There's nobody in the world that doesn't have some form of autism, because at the same time, certain forms of autism allow for you to be overly good at specific things that kind of click with you, right? So some people are really good at words, they're really good at language, they're really good at writing or reading. Some people are really good at science, some people are really good at math, right? Like most people are good in like one specific subject, and you can take that as a part of autism, right? Because certain parts of autism, certain spectrums or whatever, that tends to be a side effect, right? Having attention deficit disorder or being overly hyper and things like that are also forms of it. So I like when people say, "Oh, that guy's autistic, that guy has autism, oh my god, blah 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 blah," I'm like, everybody does. You can't tell me that people don't have a small percentage part of them isn't autistic. That's my point right there, Brian. That's my point. You might not be considered autistic, but something like that stems from what people would consider a form of autism, right? Certain autistic aspects manifest in that way, right? Things having to be in a specific order and a specific pattern. You know what I mean? Like, that is a form of autism. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but autism is overly used, in my opinion. They try to diagnose everything with a specific label, and I feel like autism isn't one of those things. Now, not to say that there aren't severe forms of autism which should be labeled, right? Like the super severe versions of it, where they're actually, I wouldn't say detrimental, but like it's severely hindering their way of living. Those ones being labeled with labels makes a little bit more sense, right? And once again, mate, that's because you learn. You learn from your past mistakes. You might learn slower than other people. You might learn in a different way, but you still learned that from experience, and you figured out what you should and shouldn't do, and you started hurting yourself less and less. That is just the nature of growing up. I can't tell you how many times I got hurt. I sliced the back of my leg open with my bike chain. I got my hands run over by cars and rollerblades, skateboards, bikes. I got ran over with all these things. I let people run me over with bikes while they're trying to jump over me and skateboards. I rode on the back of, I let vehicles pull me along when I was on my bikes and my skateboards and my rollerblades. Hit the ground, hurt myself. I did so much shit as a fucking kid, jumping out of trees, off of roofs, buildings. Like, I did so much shit and I hurt myself all over the place. I like I said, everybody does it. There are very few people in the world that don't attempt that kind of stuff just to learn when they're a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I can't really say, like I said, everybody is, by that logic, everybody in the world is autistic. Like I said, because like I said, everybody has some form of something that is labeled under a characteristic of being autistic. It's like, oh, that's a symptom. Oh, autistic people typically lean towards doing these types of things. It's like, but everybody does it. We have an ad, so I'm gonna wait a little bit before we continue talking. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like labeling people as autistic or they have the tisms and stuff like that. Like, cause everybody does, man. Like, it's stupid. Now, like I said, I won't go into it too much since the ads are here, but like, it just boils down to like, yes, certain super forms of it, like the ones that have an actual name, like Asperger's and things like that. Like, if you're super on the high end of having one of those, then yes, you have problems, right? You have learning problems, you have growth problems, things like that. Like, you just physically you struggle, mentally you struggle. I get it, and those labels make sense. But I'll wait for the ad to finish. But yeah, that I do get it to a point. I don't know. I don't agree with it all the time. Making good progress, so I think we're at like a little over 400, right? Cinnabar right now, so that's pretty good. Oh man, I mean, we're gonna make progress on this a lot faster than I thought we were. We need to do 377 crafts minus the XP that I already had, and then we'll get a few books, which will give us a little extra XP. So I feel like technically we would need 3,700 cinnabar, but I summed it to 3,000, and we got 400 yesterday. We're already at 400 today, and we still have like 2 hours left. We could probably hit 600 today, which would be 1,000 so far, and I think that's a good progress. Like, I feel like in a couple days we could probably get most of this weaponsmithing done. Like, if we can get 2 out of the 3,000 done, um, when we come back from work, because I'm gonna be working this weekend, so like Monday and Tuesday, I feel like we can get probably another 1,000 on Monday and Tuesday. That'll be a pretty good. That'll be like 2/3 of what we were like shooting for. Obviously, like I said, I think we'll need more than 3,000, but like the goal is hitting 3,000. I think we'll get most of it done. All right, ad should be roughly about time to be over. So we'll wait for mate to tell me that they're back from the ad. Oh man, I should go to the bathroom though. While we wait. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, and then we'll jump back into the conversation. All right, sorry about that, man. I had to go to the bathroom. Welcome back. But yeah, what I was saying before is just like the gist of what I was getting at, mate, is like I don't like it when people have to put labels on things. Like I said, because I feel like everybody is autistic. Even the doctors that are diagnosing people with autism, they're autistic themselves. And I do agree that extreme forms of it surpass a certain threshold where it actually becomes like a debilitating like issue where you can't like live on your own, you can't, you know, function. That's a different story, right? Like those ones obviously are a little bit more prominent than most people's cases, but I feel like when people get the diagnosis of that, people treat you differently, and I don't think that's right. They're like, oh, well, we're gonna put you in a special education class because you're autistic. It's like, but so were you, bitch. Like, were you in special education? No. I bet you I'm smarter than you in some aspects. Like, shut the fuck up. Right? Like, I don't think it's right to label people that way. Just like I feel like ADD and ADHD is overly diagnosed. Just because someone struggles at focusing doesn't mean that they can't focus, right? It just means they haven't found something that interests them enough to make them focus. For example, I've never been diagnosed with ADD. I've actually asked the doctor if I'm ADD or ADHD. She gave me a test and said I wasn't, but yet I can't focus on things. There are certain things in this world that don't interest me in any way, shape, or form, and I cannot focus. I literally will start doing it, and within 30 seconds, I'm either falling asleep or I'm like trailing off doing something else. Right? Prime example, when I play Black Desert Online, if I sit there and I try and combat grind, or any MMO honestly, if I'm sitting there running in circles, killing mobs, within like 15-20 seconds, I'm already falling asleep. I just cannot focus on it. It's something that just doesn't interest me. I do not like doing it. Right? But something like this, I can so hyper focus on gathering ores and materials and stuff like that. And it's not that I'm like having a good time. It's just something I enjoy and I can focus on. Like, how many days have you guys been sitting here watching me running the same route, having the same conversations and just chilling and not paying attention to what I'm doing? And I'm just having a good time. I'm just enjoying my time. This is my point. It's like, wouldn't I be considered like ADD if there's certain or partially autistic, since I can hyper focus on certain things and I can't focus on other things, right? Like it's the same argument I've been having the whole time. It's just like, I don't like that being a defining feature of somebody. It's like, yeah, but I'm autistic. I got diagnosed. Like I said, I'm not throwing the shade at you, mate. I'm just saying in general, in the public society itself, I don't like when people use that as like a crutch, or people use it against you. Because the people that are using it against you, I guarantee you they have a form of it as well. And once again, there are certain people that have extreme forms of it that need help. And I 100% agree with that. There's a couple people that I see at like Sam's Club every once in a while. It's the same person. You know, his dad takes him to his Costco and Sam's Club pretty regularly. And the kid, he's probably 20. I call him a kid because he's quite younger than me. But it's obviously his kid. The dad's kid. You know, pushes him around in the cart and he makes noises. I mean, that's just what he does. And you know, some people like, they get annoyed by it. Some people make comments and faces and whatever. But at the end of the day, like, bro, y'all need to just grow the fuck up. Like, it is what it is. How would you feel if the tables were reversed and you had a kid like that, or you were that kid, right? Would you want people looking at you with like this, like, oh my god look, like, shut the fuck up? Maybe you should keep your kid at home. Like, you want to be treated that way? No. Not like you could fucking help it. So be a little bit more fucking understanding of other people in the world other than your fucking self. And there is a fine line, like when you're at like a restaurant and you have a fucking child that is throwing a goddamn temper tantrum and screaming bloody murder, and as a parent, you don't try and stop it, or you don't give the child repercussions to try and correct the behavior, like, you're enabling this, and you are the problem. The kid is not the problem, you are the problem. Right? There is that fine line, you know, especially, like I said, when we're dealing with, like, extreme forms of autism, like, where it's kind of hard to skirt that line with your kid, because, you know, you have to do things in different ways. And people, once again, they're a little bit more, most people are a little bit more understanding, but other people are not. But then people are like, well, it was okay for this guy to do that with his kid, but why can't I do that with my kid? It's like, because your kid doesn't have any fucking crazy problems, right? Your kid might be autistic and have ADD, but it can still, like, you know what I mean? It can still walk on its own. It can still, like, eat its own food. It can, you know what I mean? Like, I'm using the word it, and that seems a little wonky, but you get my point, right? We're talking guy or girl. I'm not trying to be specific here. I'm just being generic, but it's just, bro, people are just, I hate people so much. They're so judgmental. They're so hypocritical, and they're so double standarding, and, like, I don't know, man. I hate people so much. I just wish people as a whole would just be nicer to each other, be more understanding, be willing to put their, you know, put themselves in the other people's shoes. You know, like the people that drive like assholes in the road. Like, they want to drive 90 miles an hour, zip in and out of traffic, cut people off, honk their horn at people because they're not driving fast enough, ride their asses, cause accidents and stuff like that. But if it was the other way around and someone was doing that to them and caused them to get into an accident because someone was driving worse than they were, like, they'd be pissed, wouldn't they? But it's okay for you to do it? Like, no. It shit pisses me off. Grow the fuck up. Be conscious of other people. Be, you know, I want to say observant. I guess is probably not the right word. But you know what I mean? Like, treat others how you want to be treated, right? If you want to be treated like a piece of shit, treat people like a piece of shit, right? Sure. It's the golden rule all over again. Once again. Like, people should just honestly be understanding of other people, put themselves in their shoes, and be understanding. That's really all we could ask. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've seen like a guy sitting at like a stop sign, right, or like a red light. Light turns green, and people just start honking their horn and cussing at him and yelling at him. Like, you don't know why they're sitting there. Now, if you wait 5 seconds and you don't see them take the foot off the gas, you don't see them moving, honk your horn. A little honk. Just Maybe they're looking at their phone. Maybe they're not paying attention. Fine. If they don't move, think to yourself, why aren't they moving? What if they're having a heart attack? What if they're having a stroke? What if they have epilepsy or something, right? What if they fucking, I don't know. I mean, like, what if their car died and they're trying to restart their car? You know what I mean? Like, could be 100 fucking things. And you're just gonna sit there and just honk, 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 get the fuck out of the way. Holy fuck, move your car. Get fucking moving. Rah, 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 rah. Like, that hurt my throat. Right? What if it was your car, you were sitting at the light, and your car stalled on you while you went to hit the gas and your car just stalled out, and you had to turn your car off and turn it back on and try and start it, and it wasn't starting, and you had someone behind you doing that? How would that feel? Right? Put yourself in the other person's shoes. How would you react if someone was doing that to you? How about you just chill the fuck out and try to be helpful? Right? Like, if you honk your horn, they don't move, you wait another 5 seconds, they still haven't moved, get out of your car and see if everything's okay. Like, you just walk up to the car and be like, hey, is everything okay? You know, oh, it is? Okay, I'll go back to my car, right? Yeah, obviously that can backfire on you because people might find that as aggression. People might get scared. You might get shot. I don't fucking know. But at the end of the day, stop freaking the fuck out. Stop jumping the gun. Stop going to, like, worst case scenario and, like, fucking being obnoxious people. It's all I ask. Be nice. Not hard. I mean, that's pot calling the kettle black. Like, I'm a dick. Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty quick to be like, all right, fucking go. It's a green light. But I'm not like honking my horn at people. I'm not like being an asshole, like where they can hear me. I'm in my own car talking to myself, not yelling. You know what I mean? Like, eventually I'll honk my horn, and then if they don't go, I'll just go around them. Because I'm not going to sit there and deal with that. But like, Jesus, man. Some people are just fucking assholes and a half. And if there's one thing I could hopefully bring to this world is some fucking understanding, I would be happy. If I can teach at least one person to be more understanding of other people, I think I've done my job. Crazy, man. Some people are just so ignorant to the way of the world. Oh man, oh man. I think we're making pretty good progress though. We're at 430 Cinnabar. Better than yesterday. Yesterday I think we got about 400. I think we got a little bit more than 400 because we didn't start counting until after we started doing it a little bit. But we needed like 3,700. I set a goal of 3,000. And we got 400 after I set that goal. And we're almost up to 500 now, or 440. I'm hoping we can get it to like 600, and that would give us like a total of like 1,000 in 2 days. And if we can get 1,000 every 2 days, roughly,
right now.
feel like it'll take us till next weekend. Not this weekend, but the weekend after. And then I think we'll have 200 weaponsmithing, which is kind of huge. Because then we can start working on the next one. Hydrate! Let's go. Oh yeah, mate, I made it to 2-star damage on idle skilling. But I still haven't sat down to do ascensions and rebirths. So gotta take a minute. Like, I reset Afterlife, and Afterlife is juicing right now. I progressed the potions, leveled up a lot of the potions, a lot. I've unlocked a lot of new potions, but I'm at an idle part in the potions because I need to get my potion making up to like 150 something, and I'm at like 130 something. We also pushed our Crusader level, and we unlocked all the gear. So we actually equipped really good combat gear onto our character, and we upgraded it all to purple gear, which is pretty strong. It gives us a ton of extra damage. I'm currently working on some getting some more gems so I can unlock a second amulet slot, so I can wear 2 amulets to give me a little extra oomph on the character. Our trekking and is pushing along, so I've unlocked a couple new pets, which I'm trying to get to the next combat pets. And then our lab is kind of behind, and our trekking is still behind, but we're pushing the level of the pets up for breeding, and we're unlocking the new pets, so that's making progress. So that will eventually explode and be really strong for us. Still haven't done we finished almost all the achievements, and we worked on a lot of the masteries, which drew us a lot of growth as well. But I think what's holding us back right now is attack, defense, and strength level progression, because we're not getting enough EXP rates in those fields. So we need more money, and we need more EXP chance and faster EXP chances. I think we need that in order to grow our H2O levels and our attack and strength to do more damage and have more accuracy. I think that's something we need to grow. And then I need to unlock the next smithing tab, which requires a little extra work from doing rebirths and stuff. And then I need to spam a bunch of rebirths and ascensions so I can unlock some more stuff there. And then the only other thing we need to work on is our spelunking and construction. We're cooking along in that really nicely. We're unlocking a lot of good things. That's just time consuming. There's a lot of like time gated stuff there where it's like 19 days to progress, but since we have like extra progression and double triggers that go on, we can push through 19 days in like 2 days usually if we get like good procs. So. Are you talking about on my my Windwalker, mate? Honestly, unless he adds more to the Windwalker unlocks, I probably will never jump on the Windwalker again. I mean, when the mediocrity bonus comes into play for dust and stuff, I'll take advantage of my moons and stuff. But other than that, I probably will never be on Windwalker ever. Like if I know that the mediocrity is gonna be the next week, I might jump on him to farm out like a new weapon. Like a couple new weapons so I can actually take advantage of the weapons for extra dust. But other than that, I probably won't put like any effort into it. That shit just that's too time consuming. And I feel like at a certain point the account progression you get from upgrading the things like a couple of times takes you like a day to farm like one upgrade, and the upgrade is like 0.001% increase. It's like it just feels very unnecessary. Yeah, I saw you were saying something about that yesterday or the day before. There's a certain cap on each world. How do you know what the weapon power cap is? Like, did someone just data mine it or something and figure it out, or is there some way to like confirm it in game that tells you? Or is it something as simple as like the base is like 30 and each world has like an increasement of 10 or something like that, so you can like do the math yourself. So, like world 7 would be like 90. That's what I figured, someone would just like data mine it. And I'm assuming that they made a little spreadsheet for it saying world 1 this, world 2 this, world 3 this, 4, 5, 6. I mean, they already did that. Because that would be kind of cool little knowledge to hold on to. Bro, my stomach is killing me. I haven't even eaten today. My stomach is just killing me. I don't know if it's because I'm hungry or just because I ate too much lunch yesterday before I went to bed. My stomach's just like finally like working through it. Now I'm fucking, my stomach is in pain. But it starts at 5 and it caps at 5, so it can't get more power, but it gets more percentage. Is that what we're talking about? Right, I'll be right back. My stomach is killing me. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Hopefully I feel better now. Whew. Yeah, so you got like two really good rings, like juice your damage. Yeah, because like getting you base weapon power plus percentage power is pretty insane. Yeah, I think my damage is really, really cucked on my Windwalker, if I'm being honest. But like I said, I truly just don't give a fuck. Honestly, half the time I can't even be bothered to switch my gear when I'm playing my Windwalker. Like I think I'm honestly still on Windwalker gear, even though I'm not in Windwalker form on my character. I know I do that with my AC all the time. Like, I always forget to change my weapon on my AC. Yeah, the guarantee is really good. Obviously, it takes you like 2,500 stones to like upgrade something, or like 1,500 depending on what you're upgrading. But yeah, that's pretty good. Oh man. Whew. Let's go. I wonder what happened to Dig. Dig came in, said hi, said he was working on WoW today. A lot of WoW. I don't think he ever responded with like what all he got. Because I asked him, I'm pretty sure I said, hey, what all did you get done in WoW today? And I don't think he ever responded. He either fell asleep or got offline. Probably. But I'm pretty sure Edge passed out at some point playing Helldivers. Topher's over there jerking into this famous chicken that he likes. Chicken did look good though. I'm not gonna lie, that shit looked delicious. Yeah, Minecraft, gotcha. Yeah, I got you a few more digested cow stuff yesterday. You said you needed 96, right? I think I'm up to like 12 or 19 or something like that right now. I'm just doing that right now because that's really easy to do. All right, so basically what you're saying is I need 3 stacks. So a stack and a half for you and a stack and a half for me, so I need like 3 stacks. I mean, I might as well farm it if I'm already there, so. I thought we had some in one of the chests in our base. We're gonna last A-bomb. Let's get it, mate. Huge. Did you already check the storage chest? I thought I put a bunch in there at some point when I was over there doing like dailies and stuff. I felt like when I was on the island, I put some in the chest. Yeah, you should check that out. I know I put a bunch of blaze stuff and other things like that in the chest over there. I just don't know if I put any. I thought I had digested stuff, but I don't know if I did or didn't. It's been a long time. Oh man. Woo. I was hoping Mr. Dank would show up today, so I can ask him about the Quinn fault that he was installing yesterday. Kind of curious if he liked it or not. Yeah, I can't even be bothered to do the music anymore. It's like, it lasts for like an hour. It's just like, bro, I have to do that 5 times a day and just gotta remember to like keep doing it. It's so irritating. It's a decent amount of luck, but I'd rather just they fucking just mindlessly do this without having to worry about doing that. One less little step I gotta worry about. Like I said, it saves me time, because I'll proc Cinnabar more often, but I don't really care that much. We're mostly on autopilot anyway, so. But I should try and save as much time as I can, since there's a lot of time-consuming aspects to this playthrough. And the longer it takes me to get to this playthrough, the longer it takes me to get to a new game. I'm just torn if I want to actually go for all 9 ultimate trophies, or if I want to stop at the 6. Just torn. Oh, I think I'm running out of steam today, though, guys. I have a lot of energy, but I'm getting, like, running out of things to talk about. I just feel like I'm about to start sitting here, just completely silent, doing nothing, staring at the screen. And I don't like doing that on stream. Like, I'm down for doing that off stream, but I don't like doing that on stream. So, it might be an early night. I don't know. Unless I can get some sort of, like, second wind of conversation going. RS music? I don't know. I turned it off recently because I've just been letting the game. I was trying to leave the game music and the game sound on. So that way the VOD had music as well, or had sound as well. It wasn't just the stream. But for some reason, like, a lot of the game sound is just like really low. Except for like hitting of the rocks, right? The sound effects are really loud, but the music itself is really low. Yeah, because the problem that ran into is I was turning up the game music in some of our games, so the VOD had music, right? Or it had some sort of background noise, so it wasn't just dead silence on the VOD. And when I did that, it was kind of competing with the RuneScape music, and it was like kind of 2 songs at once playing along, and it just kind of made the RuneScape music sound weird. And the only way to fix it would have turn up the RuneScape music, which then would have thrown off the volume of everything else. So I just stopped using the RuneScape music. Now, on games that are particularly bad when it comes to music and stuff like that, maybe I'll use the RuneScape music again. Like when I'm playing Eidolon, yeah, you best bet I'll be having RuneScape music on. I can't even get Eidolon to play music. Like I turn it on and nothing happens. So. Ugh. Yeah, I have no idea why. But yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling very untalkative right now. So I don't know. I might call it here soon. Unless someone prompts me for a conversation that can tide us over. I might just call it here in a minute. That's what I'm saying. I'm about to. That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna watch some anime. I was gonna actually make some food. Like I said, I haven't eaten yet, and I figured I was gonna eat after I got off of stream. And I'm not particularly hungry right now, but I still haven't eaten. So it'll allow me to go and cook something to sit down and actually eat a decent meal. Watch some anime. Probably play some of my games on the side. Like I get some Eidolon things done. I get some idle skilling things done. I can play some old school RuneScape. What up, llama? I mean, if a random llama appears, I mean, that might be something. What's going on, llama? What you been up to? How's life been? You still on the Eidolon grind? Juicing? Wailing out with your whale out? Need someone to distract me by doing this A-bomb. I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can do it much longer. Unless, like I said, unless someone can entertain me so I can entertain you. Like a wild llama. No, touchy touchy. I don't know why every time I see like llama, like the name llama or something like that, I always just think of that movie. No, touchy touchy. Oh yeah, llama, what you been up to, man? What you been grinding? What you been playing? What you been paying attention to and looking into and having a good time doing? And how's life? Tell us all about it. Give us your deepest, darkest desires and secrets. I mean, not really, but um, Emperor's New Groove, mate. What's that? Oh shit! I'm sorry, llama. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully it gets better. Like I said, not gonna ask, not gonna pry, but hopefully it works itself out and life can get somewhat back on track into normalness for you. Maybe you can get back into your normal routine of enjoyment of things. And I agree, screw Eidolon. I still play it. Um, I don't think it's the best game in the world, but I definitely think it is a great distraction. Gives you something to do. But if you take it too seriously and you wail out too hard on it, and you take it like way too min-maxy hardcore, like it can definitely suck, I think. I think if you take your sweet ass time and you play it for fun and, you know, play it at your own pace, I think it's a fine game, but it's not a great game. Jeez. See, kids, this is why you pay your taxes. Sorry, Lama, sorry. I don't know what, like, I don't know the situation. I'm sorry to make light of it, but that sucks. I mean, at its worst though, like 5 years in the grand scheme of things isn't a long time, but definitely hope it doesn't get to that. Obviously, you know. Just remember, Llama, no touchy touchy. No means no. And mate, just so you understand, this is what I'm talking about. So it's Emperor's New Groove. Um, it's this right here. I'm trying to find a little like small video of it. Um,
And Doug.
um, oh, it broke. What did we end up on? Look at this.
No touchy.
So that's like one of the little clips where he's like, no touchy. But there's another one. I don't know why it's not showing it. So in the movie, this guy Krunk goes to touch the Emperor, and he's like, whoa, whoa, no touchy. No touchy touchy. It's just really funny. So it's become a meme over the years, you know, from when it even existed, way back in the day. But it's just like, yeah, no touchy touchy. Yeah, I was showing it for Mate because Mate was asking what movie it was, so I wanted to show it to him so he knew what I was talking about. Yeah, like I said, Lava, I'm not gonna pry. If you want to say some stuff, you can say some stuff. I'm just saying, like, just from a little bit of like what you said, is like 5 years isn't a long time. At worst case scenario, it still sucks. Hope it doesn't get to that. But at least in a worst case scenario, at least it's not that bad. It could be worse, right? But yeah. I figured you'd remember once you saw it. Yeah, Emperor's New Groove. Just a funny movie. No touchy touchy. I use that all the time. Wife's like trying to put her feet under the blanket and put her cold ass toes on me, and I'm like, no touchy touchy. Or if like I'm trying to cuddle with her and she's like, don't touch me. I was like, oh, you know, one touchy touchy? And she just looks at me like, shut the fuck up. Interesting. So, are you kicked off of it because you still have, like, they believe you still have time to serve, per se? Or is it a permanent kind of, because you said worst case 5 years. So that's what I was saying, is like, so in their mind, you still owe 5 more years kind of thing because of the change? Like, that's what it sounds like. But at the end of the day, that's fucking stupid. Like, I agree with Topher, because if you served your time, you, like, according to the law and the regulations that were imposed when you did what you did, if you did your time, you served your time, you did what you were supposed to do, just because 10 years later they decide to change that law or that regulation, you now have to suffer even more consequences than you already served. Seems fucking dumb. That's like, what if, hypothetically speaking, you stole something, right? And when you stole something, the penalty was a day in the stocks, right? So you served your day in the stocks. A year later, they changed the law to say you lose a hand. So do they call every single person that stole prior to that served a day in the stocks and served their time, to now chop a hand off? Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? You served your time according to the law at which the time that you committed that crime, right? You can't be obligated to serve extra time and or consequences because you changed the law later, right? I mean, I get that. You know, you have to still check in, make sure you're not getting in trouble, so on and so forth. Yeah, because you're in trouble, and then you have a certain amount of time afterwards to prove that you're not doing anything wrong, and you're checking in and making sure everything's fine and dandy, and you're on track, blah, blah, blah. I get that. You know, parole stuff. That makes sense. But because they changed something, now you have to abide by the new thing when you've already served your, you know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I can understand if the new law or regulation changed the parole stuff, because you're still part of the parole stuff. Now you have to adhere to the new parole regulations and guidelines. Cool. But if the parole stuff didn't change, and the only thing that changed was the actual first part that you've already served, you should be exempt from that. And I guess that's probably what you're arguing and you're trying to work out, I'm assuming. Yeah, I mean, like I said, without asking questions, without, like, 'cause I don't want to know your private life, right? But I'm just saying, like, yeah, I was like, at face value, like, no matter what the situation is, murder, whatever, if the law is this, and you get charged under that law, and you're serving that, it's like, the way I see it is like, if you were to go to college, and you know, signed up, you signed all the paperwork, you're enrolled, you're enlisted into this degree for this, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's going to cost you X amount for every class, so on and so forth. They cannot change your terms from what you signed up for, right? It's the same thing. If you committed a crime and you got charged under certain regulations and laws that have certain fines, penalties, and some laid out in, you know, just laid out for you. If you have done that, and then they change it later, I wouldn't say grandfathering in is probably the wrong word, but it's kind of like that for me. Is I I was sentenced and served and tried under this law, under these guidelines, under these regulations, and my sentence was set based off of that. And I'm doing my time, I'm doing my stuff, and I've done it up to a certain point, and now you change it 25 years later, right? Because I served my first time, I'm 10 years into my 15 years of the other thing, I have 5 years left, and now you change it, and now you're going to completely change my terms that was assigned to me at the start. I don't know how, legally standing, I don't know how easily that is for them to get away with. Like, obviously, legal system, they can do whatever the fuck they want, right? But I don't know how much of a legal standing you have to fight it, or if you even would win. But I can see that being some bullshit. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that blows. I get that. So, I mean, like I said, hope for the best, plan for the worst. Just kind of sucks, I guess. Probably have to like make some adjustments to your daily life, I guess, to keep yourself sane. So if you can't play like MMOs and be on socials and stuff like that, then obviously you probably have to find another alternative. You know, maybe playing single player games. I mean, I'm assuming you can get on Twitch because you're on here talking to us. I mean, maybe that's the extent of your social experience. I don't know. But yeah, that's wild, man. That sucks. And like that's something most people don't think of too. Is like when they want laws changed, they want regulations changed, they want things to be, you know, either more lax or more strenuous or whatever. Like, it's these politicians and these political people and stuff that they want these changes, but they don't think about the trickle down effect, right? What's gonna happen past the face value? Okay, well, we're gonna change the murder, right? So let's say you commit murder, right? So the penalty to murder is life in prison. They change that from life in prison to death. Okay, well, does that mean anybody that's ever been charged with murder that served their life sentence now has to be tracked down and, you know, put down like a horse? Or does that mean anybody going forward has to you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things. Like, where's this line? Who, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of stupid. And like, this isn't just laws, right? This is other things, regulations that they put in place for companies and businesses, and, you know, taxes and whatever the fuck else. It's like, oh, well, you change taxes every year, so does that mean we have to go back in the taxes and be like, oh, well, yeah, taxes used to be like this, but now they're like this year, so last year you were, you know, charged incorrectly, so now we're gonna go back and say you owe us taxes. Now it's like, that's not how it works. Like, so I mean, like, if nothing else works like that, where it's backwards compatible, where you have to, you know, you're retroly changing people that are already locked into a certain degree of accountability, to now change that out of the blue because you want to, just doesn't seem right. Yeah, I don't know. Like, he has a lot going on, I think, and I don't think streaming is really his thing anymore. It kind of blows. Yeah, so you can't play any like live service games that require you to be online to play. That kind of blows. No, so that's how my chat works, Llama. Is one person will come in and it'll prompt a conversation. We'll start talking. Everybody just kind of shuts up and occasionally chimes in, and we just chat for a while. And then that chat dies down, and then another person chimes in, and then that chat gets taken over by that person. That's just usually how the chat goes. My chat doesn't typically all talk simultaneously. I have a lot of lurkers. Or people that are lurking, but they're not lurking. You know, aka Topher and Mate. They'll sit there quietly and just like listen and hang out while they're doing their own thing. Yeah, it puts you on the spot. I know. That's just how my chat is, man. It's all good though. I mean, you did give us another 15 minutes worth of stream though. I might make it to 4 o'clock. I usually stream till 5. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I haven't talked to Llama in a while. Like, I typically don't try to bother him. I don't like bugging people, like, you know, out of their bubbles. And I haven't seen him stream for a while. I remember last time I saw him stream, he was like, "Yeah, I'm just giving it a shot, seeing if I can, you know, if I can swing it, if I still have it in me or whatever. If I like doing it with the limited amount of time he has to himself, or if he wants to like put it all together." And you know, I think he did it for like a week, and then I haven't seen him since. But obviously, I don't really follow YouTube all that much. Like, I have some people like sub to, but I have the notifications off because I don't really watch a whole lot of YouTube. Even though I made my own YouTube channel to put up our VODs and stuff. Like, I check mine, but that's the extent of whatever I do. Oh, you got a notice? Nice! 1 year! Let's go! Congrats! Thank you for that. Yeah. If you really want to be helpful, you can go and give a little clicky on the VODs channel. if you can. I'd appreciate that. That'd be nice. If you can't, you can't. That's fine too. Any support's always helpful. Since I really suck at support, like putting my like, I wouldn't say sponsoring myself, but like, you know what I mean, like getting myself out there and getting people to follow me and stuff like that. I'm really bad about that stuff. Promoting. I'm really bad at promoting myself. But yeah, we're getting ready. We're finishing up this Ironman playthrough, Llama. I think we got like maybe a month left before I get burnt out and probably quit it. Depending on the progress we make. And then I'm gonna probably be switching over to a game called The Quinfall MMORPG that just came out. That's $10. I think that's probably what we'll be making our switch to, unless my hype for the game dies down by then. Yeah. Yeah, if I see him, I'll definitely let him know. I mean, I can always DM him on Discord if I still have him on Discord, or if he even logs into Discord. Yeah, Llama, when Mate told me that, I'm like, that doesn't seem like Llama. Like, that doesn't seem like the other Llama to do that. Like Titanic, I was like, he really did that? Like, I've never seen him to be that kind of person. To just like fly off the rails and accuse someone of cheating for what seemingly was nothing. It was a random game of just comboing things together. How do you cheat in that? Like, that was just wild. Like I said, I wasn't part of the conversation. I didn't see both sides of the story, what led up to it, but just the at face value of just hearing I got called a cheater for a random combinations game was just kind of weird. Because I was playing the combinations game with Mate at the same time, and bro, I found so many first time like unlocks playing it myself. Like, it was wild. I don't know. That was just crazy. Oh man. I'm getting a little hungry. Here's what I'm gonna make. I'm thinking about making just like chicken breast. I don't know. I just don't know what to put with it. Like, I kind of want to do some carbs. I really like carbs, but I think that's a bad idea. I need to lay out the carbs. Like, I need to find a way to like suit my cravings for carbs without overcarbing and eating healthier at the same time. 'Cause my problem is I just love carbs. I love eating carbs. They just taste so fucking good. And I just eat too much of them. Like I can limit myself to the amount of carbs I have, but then I don't have enough dinner, so I'm always hungry. And yeah, more protein would, you know, fix that problem. But at that point, I'm eating like 2 or 3 breasts of chicken and a small amount of carbs. At that point, it's like, what's the point of even having the carbs? And then I just get bored of eating the chicken because it's just chicken. I don't know. Kind of at a loss for that. Alright. Yeah, bro, I've been making people hungry since I joined the stream because I got on a little late. Got on around midnight instead of 11 like I normally do. And I hadn't eaten yet, so we were just talking about food for like the first hour of stream, and people were like, bro, now I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. It's just like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Can't help it. I love talking about food. I love food. Food's one of my love languages. But either way, Llama, I do appreciate you chiming in. Like I said, if you're capable to help me out by clicking on the VODs channel and the About Me, and going to give that a little clicky, I'd appreciate it. If you can't, like I said, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Just any little bit would help. We're struggling over there, so. But yeah, have you, I know, like I said, I know you've been dealing with a lot and you haven't had a lot of free time or whatever. But have you looked at any of like the new games that have come out in the last like, 6 months or so? There's a lot of cool games, or a lot of games that we're looking forward to getting into and playing. Haven't pulled the trigger on any of them because I want to finish this first. Since I am limited to how long I can play this. If you didn't know, Llama, this game actually was announced that they're turning the servers off next year, January 30th. They literally finally just shut down the whole department for Amazon Games. Silk Song? Wait, what's that? Yeah, that's wild, mate. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like I said, I never really understood that situation. Hollow Knight 2? Hmm. Oh, Metroid? Gotcha. You guys are about to get hit with an ad, just an FYI. But yeah, the reason I asked is because Twinfall just came out recently in 1.0. Ashes of Creation died. New World was, has a death date set. Bitcraft came out not that long ago as well. So we've just been seeing a whole slew of games coming out recently. Hey, either damage or time, mate. You can always just chill for a little longer to kill it if you don't have the damage to burn it down fast. What I've always said about the Windwalker. It's not so much a damage aspect is a time aspect. Got 4 of the 5 A-bombs today. That's pretty good. And like I said, with your damage, like maybe tomorrow you can sit there for like 5 hours just to kill it. You know what I mean? You're back already? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I mean that's the thing with mobiles that really sucks. That's what I was saying. So like maybe tomorrow, instead of like killing 4 out of the 5 A-bombs, right? You can just spend like 4 hours just fighting the A-bomb. Instead of like working on like extra damage. Just use the extra time you have and just grind him out. Because then once he's killed, you can spend time backtracking for, you know, levels and gear and equipment, you know, prepping for World 7, and you just don't have to worry about it. That was the shortest ad break ever. Yeah, sometimes you get hit with, like, nothing. Like, it still has, like, a minute and 20 seconds of the ad break. What is an ad? Exactly, Llama. Exactly. But, we also heard some news on some anime that I'm pretty stoked about. Push Turbo, let's go! Huge! They're bringing back Dragon Ball Super and they're redoing a portion of it to keep it more in line with the manga, and so they can continue it on further past the Tournament of Power and keep it in line with the way that the new creator is bringing it, I guess. That's going to be sick. That's going to be this fall, I think. So I'm super stoked about that. And then I think Bleach is coming out either this summer. It's either spring, summer, or fall. I don't know. It's later on this year. The last part of the Thousand Blood Arc Bleach series is coming out this year too. Super stoked about those two. I don't know what else is coming out. Those are just the two that I heard about that I really like. Because Bleach is my favorite series, and Super is probably like my number 2 or my number 3. Dragon Ball in general is like my number 2 or 3. It's like, it's really up there. Like my 2 favorite animes, basically. There's a lot of other ones that I really liked, but they don't have like a very long series. Like, 86 was a really good series, but it wasn't very long. You know, some of the Gundam ones were really good, but they weren't very long. There's a handful of other ones that I liked, but they were like 1 season, 2 seasons or something, and it just didn't have enough to them to be enjoyable for long periods of time. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Dragon Ball Super re-extension is going to be super good. And there's a video for it, Llama. You want to see the video? I can pull it up. We can watch it on a stream really quick. I'm not going to watch everything. I'll just skip through a little bit of it. But they show like animation differences. So what's cool is nowadays animations versus older day animations, you can clearly see the difference in like the coloring and the lighting and the sound effects and stuff. They've all been changed in the last like couple of years. That's why Thousand Blood Arc was so insane, is because the difference in the art styles was a fucking night and day difference. And they're doing the same thing for Super, as they're redoing the graphics and making it more in line with that nowadays graphic. Oh, it's so good. Grab it in. All right, let me know. I can get it pulled up. You love Dragon Ball? Yeah, mate. I can't wait for Super to extend it past the Tournament of Power. It's gonna be great because the manga keeps going, but they didn't continue on with the anime. But I like the thing that they're gonna redo a lot of Super up to it and then go past it, and they're going to revamp like the art style, and they're gonna bring it to the more modern art style because it just looks cleaner, it looks more impressive. It's so much better looking than the older style, just kind of washed out sploosh of color. They add more depth to it. It just looks so much better. Like I said, they did the same thing with Bleach. And Bleach is phenomenal. It looks so good, this the Thousand Blood arc. If you compare like a lot of the pre-Thousand Blood arc episodes and shows and artwork to the new like Thousand Blood arc stuff, it's a night and day difference. There's no comparison. It blows it out of the water. Just the coloring, the lighting, the texture, the depth of like the detail within the stuff is just crazy different. Ugh. Alright, I think we got like almost 10 Paragon levels today. We got a couple yesterday. Well. Yeah, so there is one series that I never finished watching, and people always told me it was a really bad anime, but it was like Boruto. People always told me it was really dog shit and I shouldn't watch it. I don't know, I wasn't hating it when I was watching it. I thought it was okay. Like, obviously, I'm not like a big manga kind of guy, and like it's the same thing with like Marvel movies. People are like, oh, it's nothing like what it's supposed to be. It's so bad. Like nothing like the comics. It's such a bad, like it's just terrible. I'm like, okay, but I like the movie. It's like, I don't know, I guess I'm not very hard to please when it comes to that kind of stuff. Well, look how many life modes we have. We have 2,600 life modes. That's crazy. We can take those to Arcana. We can upgrade all those to purples. And that'd be a huge upgrade in the XP, I think. That's the one nice thing about doing this. Is it's going to help us with Arcana, too. We're getting so many motes. Arcana is going to be such a pain in the ass to level. I feel like it's going to have to be our last... well, not our last, but like one of our last professions to level up to 200. It's just going to take so long. And we'll have to use a lot of the stuff from Arcana to level up our jewel crafting, I think. Oh. Back with food. Let's go. Alright. We'll AFK right here on this cliff and we'll pull it up for you. Sorry, I have an ad. Give me a second. I'll definitely say I'm a Dragon Ball fan through and through. And I'll definitely say, even as a Dragon Ball fan, the original Dragon Ball series is a bit boring. I don't know what this is. This isn't the same video I watched before. Okay, this isn't what I watched before. Hold on, let me find something a bit better. I think it's this. The one thing I will definitely say is it's what was I gonna say? Sorry, this guy's taking Calcum in front of me. I find original Dragon Ball series to be a little boring and a little like underwhelming. Yeah, and it's mostly just the backstory. It's the information, it's the gathering, like learning the characters and getting the storyline and to understand it going forward. Dragon Ball Z is where it really kicks off and does a really good job. Dragon Ball GT just feels like a very filler oriented kind of, no one really enjoyed it. You out, Topher? I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a good time. I'll catch you the Monday, Tuesday. If you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord as always. I appreciate you. But Dragon Ball GT has always been known as the kind of dog shit kind of series. And then Super is kind of like Thousand Blood arc for Bleach, where it just exploded. It was, the artwork was like crazy. The power explosions were insane. The spikes and everything were nuts. The storyline went right off the rails. Everything just blew up and went crazy. And Super's just nuts. But it's like, if you want to know, like, if you can't just jump right into Super, because then you kind of don't know what's going on, right? You don't know the backstory to all the characters. You can kind of jump into Dragon Ball Z and kind of fathom what's going on, but you still miss out on some of the finer relationship details between how they know each other. If you watched Dragon Ball from the beginning, you understand, you can skip a lot of it, right? There's a lot of fillers, there's a lot of like non-canon stuff. You can skip a lot of that, but to understand how Goku got to where he is and how he knows everybody and why they have the relationships they have, you kind of have to start at the beginning. And if you do that, I feel like it's a great show, great series. But here is supposedly the trailer for it. I can turn it on a little bit, but long story short, this is Beerus. He's a god, and long story short, he ends up waking up and fighting Goku. Now, I wish this would show you the difference between now animations and this animation. But the animations of like everything that you're seeing here is the redone animations. And there was a video I watched that had them side by side, comparisons from now art to the old art, and it's a wild difference. Oh, Abridged is hilarious. You should watch the Abridged. The Abridged is so funny. 39年ぶりにあのお方が宇宙一強い破壊神ビルス様が目を覚まされている破壊神ビルス破壊の神様地球の諸君とはに But anyway, like this is basically what it is. ふざけるのもいい加減にしやがれ and then I want the trailer that showed like the comparison. I can't find it, but basically they're bringing it back and they're redoing the art style and stuff. I wish I just had the comparison from the old version to the new version, but it's supposed to be pretty good. Have you ever seen the abridged Sword Art Online, Llama? That shit was gold. I loved it. I think what made the Sword Art one so good was it was exactly what you would expect the real reaction from Kirito to be, right? Like the inner monologue that he had was so gold. It was so good. I I loved every second of it. $83 Bill, let's go! Making that progress, mate. Hell yeah. Yeah, fucking the abridged version was so funny. Like, I can't quote any of it. I only watched it once, and I was just laughing the whole time, so I couldn't even tell what was going on half the time. But shit made me laugh, because, like, the inner monologue of the person, like, narrating it was just cracking me up. Yeah, that shit was gold. I wish they would have continued on with the abridged series. Yeah, I would, like, that's something I definitely would rewatch, because it was just so funny. I really wish I saw. I pulled up the Dragon Ball video of the comparison from the old art style to the new art style. Let me see. I think this is it. I think I found it. Yeah, get a friend over to bed. Yeah, that shit's so funny, Llama. It's so good. I definitely would say it's one of my favorite, like, recreations. Alright, so this is the one I was looking for originally. So, it kind of goes over a lot of the same stuff, but this is what we were trying to, like, show you, right? Is, like, they put them side by side. Like, this is back in the day. Like, you can see, like, little sparks and stuff, and then they redid the animations, so they're a little bit more apparent. Right? Like how they distort this instead of it being like just they draw it, they distort the drawing so it looks like it's moving. And like obviously you can clearly see a difference in this fight scene where they actually have sparks, the the glowing, and then this is just like nothing. It's a big difference in art styles, right? They add so much extra detail to the animations and the art styles of everything. But like just look at the lighting difference in this versus this. Right? This is what we're used to on the left. And then this with like the lighting coming through showing like a good difference in like shadowing and lighting differences, and like it's kind of wild, right? Three frames per scene. What magic. But yeah, like look at this, like see how they added like extra detail to like the lighting and the colors, and like the streams of like the sound, and like making a little bit more oomph to it, right? Coloring the eyes and making them more light fictions. Right? But it keeps going. I don't know what they're talking about. I have it all like minimized. But like you'll see like some more comparisons here in a second. Where they show like red and one like red form and red form. Come up here in just a second. Like once again, the lighting difference and these two from the explosion, the transformation difference. Like that's very subtle difference. But like you can see, they just did a much better job of like adding more detail and lighting and shadings and stuff like that to a lot of the different things. So I think it's gonna be really nice. Like yeah, there's a Super Saiyan God red form, yeah. There's Super Saiyan God blue and Super Saiyan God red, obviously. But the red form is like they don't use it that much. But like this is the old file. Like it's like a lot of like lines and like darkness in between it. Like they're trying to like make it red, but like not make it just blatantly red. And now they did it with like shading, where they have like a like it's like fire almost. Like he's got the dark like the bright red like yellow center that like fades to like red on the outside. And then Beerus has like the darkness within his purple. Like it's like radiating. It looks so good. Like even this, like they added lighting to all of the people that were sitting here. Like now he's walking instead of sitting, but like it's like a hallway with like people with like different lightings. Like even Shenron, they added like a lot of light to it because like this you can't even tell there's light. Yeah, it's super good. What is this magic? Yeah, I like it. I think it's gonna be good. Like I said, it's mostly just learning. Like the people have learned how to draw a lot better by being able to add depth, light, and details into the mix of the drawing. Learned how to draw it to make it look like it's moving and blurring, even though it's like a stationary picture. So it should be super good. Super Saiyan God SS? What the fuck does the SS stand for? I just thought it was Super Saiyan God Blue and Super Saiyan God Red. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Higher end like tools and just textures and just things that they're able to do now. Like the techniques have obviously gotten better over the years as well. But yeah, that's like I said, they did the same thing with Dragon Ball with Bleach. If you look at like pre Thousand Blood Arc and then you look at Thousand Blood Arc, it's a night and day difference. What up, baby? Good evening to you. Yeah, we're about to be getting off in a little bit. Like typically I get off at 5. I'm trying to stretch the stream to 5, but I'm kind of running out of steam. Like I'm not bored of the game. I'm just kind of I want to go and eat and I want to watch anime and just kind of chill out. So we're trying to like gimp ourselves along to 5, but I don't know how well that'll go. I think the wife texted me earlier and I never looked at it. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna watch this video really quick. Okay, that is so funny. I'm gonna send this to myself. I'm gonna share it with you guys. This is a video my wife sent me. It's so it's actually really funny. It's pretty good, not gonna lie. I like it. Alright. Let me pull it up really quick. That's funny. Where's the volume? So, this is what she sent me.
I'd like to report a murder thought to happen right now.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
Dramatic! This psychopath just looked at me like I'm a rotisserie chicken. Call the police. Call the FBI. Call 911. I'd like to report a murder thought.
Yesterday morning, deep.
Oh, it's pretty good. That's pretty good. Call the FBI. That's pretty funny. I just thought it was funny. It's like, I'd like to report a murder. It's like, stop being dramatic. That's funny. Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen that one before, but there's a lot she sends me. Like, she sent me one the other day, and it's like one of those, when you first wake up in the morning, if you see this video, it'll just make you laugh. Like this right here. Like, something like that is just like a great way to start off your day. Just cute cats doing fucking stupid things. It makes me laugh. Like the specific part that I laugh at is the cat that's like standing on his back legs, like scratching thin air while he's standing on his back legs with his front feet up in the air. That just makes me laugh. It's like timed with the music just right, because they did that intentionally. Where it's like do 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 do, and he's like scratching it thin air. It just makes me laugh. I don't know. It's just perfect timing. It's not meant to be funny. It's meant to be kind of cute and entertaining, but it makes me laugh. And then the cat jumping on the thing with his butt cheeks just roofed, you know, that just kind of makes me giggle a little bit on the inside. Like I said, not intentionally it's supposed to be a funny video, but it does make me laugh. I have a very easy sense of humor. Lots of things make me laugh. Even horror movies have comedy in them that make me laugh, and it's not intended to be funny, but it still finds some of the like horrific scenes to be kind of comical. Like I said, I have a very, very easy sense of humor, or most things make me just laugh. Like dad jokes are king for me. You know, what kind of cat do you not play cards with? A cheetah. Like, most people would look at that and be like, yeah, that's fucking stupid, but I laugh at it. Like I said, it doesn't take much to make me laugh. Which is a good thing. I mean, laughter is a really good, you know, thing in your life. Yeah, dad jokes are the best. Fucking love me some dad jokes. I saw something red up here. When I walked through, I thought I saw red. No, maybe not. Okay. Oh. Wait, those pop up on your work TV? That's actually really funny. That's pretty good. Alright, so we have 30 minutes left to stream. I think we're just gonna go and craft everything we have, empty our inventory, and haul it. And we can chat a little bit more, but I don't think I want to keep running in circles. Oh man. Yo, Llama, do you want to see the Quinfall game that I was talking about? I mean, I know it's something you won't be able to play right now, but maybe you don't want to see it because you don't want to be interested in it. But if you want to see it, I don't mind showing it to you. I'm pretty stoked about it. Pretty excited. Hopefully I get to actually play it. I need to get some freaking leather. Alright, hold on. We're gonna get some leather really quick. Yeah, it's all good. like, I don't know what games you're really interested in when it comes to MMOs. Like, I'm more of like a BDO style player where I like non-tab target. I like the freedom of sandbox to kind of just, if I want to combat, I can combat. If I want to professions, I can professions. I'm not kind of locked into a play style, and there's a lot to do. I like those types of games personally. That's like my go-to. And Quinfall is kind of like that, right? So it has like 30 something different professions to do. It's got a massive open world of just pure sandbox. Combat is very similar to BDO, but it's a little bit less polished and a little bit like stiff and kind of clunky. So the combat needs some work, but it's got like open ocean stuff, so you can kind of like Sea of Thieves in a way, where you can pirate other ships. You know, you can steal from them, kill them, PvP them, or you can like kill sea creatures and like swim down and loot stuff off the ocean floor and get materials from like whales or turtles, or you can fight world bosses like krakens and things like that. So they have the open ocean stuff like that. They also have like base building and things like that, like similar to Rust in a way.
Right now.
Thanks for hydrate. Actually, I'm out of drinks. Great. But like I said, they have like Rust style base buildings and stuff like that. You can also tame and breed horses. I think you can do the same thing with pets. You can also do husbandry with like cows, pigs, chickens, things like that. You can also do the regular farming for like potatoes, tomatoes, carrots, things like that. Like I said, there's a lot of different professions, and then there's just like there's dungeons, there's gonna be raids, there's PvP aspects like Arathi Basin from World of Warcraft, capture the flag, so on and so forth. There's collections and like treasure rooms and stuff that you can unlock and discover and loot. The leveling process is kind of similar to the weapon system here, where your build is based off of what weapons you have equipped and like leveling those weapons up and then leveling the skills up within those weapons, rather than being locked into like a warrior class or a mage class. You can switch it kind of on the fly. But there's tanks, there's healers, there's different types of DPS. Things are always changing. They're gonna have raids. They also are gonna be adding guild versus guild stuff like castle sieges and things like that. So they have a whole ton of stuff to do. Open world PvP if you're in the PvP servers, or you can be on PvE servers and you're not server locked. So you can always swap between servers as you want because they're just channels. Like I said, there's a bunch to talk about, and I'll show it to you in just a second. Let me just finish grabbing this leather, and then we'll head back to base, do our little craft, and then we'll pull it up and I'll show it to you. And yeah, I mean, I've always been an MMO fan myself, Llama. Like, I like the incremental progression of increasements, kind of like Eidolon. But I like to actually, I like to do professions, and that's the thing. And I like to be able to help people and like group up with them to help them complete things. That's why like I like MMOs that allow for me to be a tank or a healer, so I can party with people and help them complete like dungeons or raids or certain quests and adventures and stuff. Or I can like I can focus into crafting, and I can craft gear and materials to give to newer players to get them an advantage and help and stuff. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff when it comes to MMOs. Social skills. Yeah, I don't really have social skills, but like most of it, it's like it's not like in-game social skills. It's stream stuff. If someone comes into my stream and they're struggling, I'm down to help, right? But I don't really help in game all that much. I don't really read chat. Every once in a while I'll see a message in chat and I'll be like, oh yeah, this is the answer, or oh, you need some help with something. But it's like one out of every, it's like 1% of the time. I basically hardly ever read chat. If I happen to notice your message in chat, that's really fucking rare. But we're about to be hit with an ad, so I'll start showing this in a second here, but hopefully the ad will be over for Mate before I start showing it. I've already showed Mate the thing a few times, so he doesn't need to see it. But either way, like I've ever since I was a kid, I've liked RuneScape. Like I've been playing RuneScape for almost 20 years. I played WoW for like 15 years. I've played a lot of FPS games and stuff over the years. I've tried almost any MMO I could put my hands on. I've played almost all the betas that were free to play. I know you don't get ads, so that's why I was saying like Mate would be the one in the ad in a second here. So it's not that big a deal because Mate's already seen the game. He's already experienced me talking about it multiple times. But yeah, I'm a big fan of MMOs, especially like FPS MMOs. You know, like Destiny, First Ascendant, those types of games. Like I like the idea of being able to be like a tanky version of myself, or being like a healing support kind of character and things like that, where we can group up and like kill big bosses and do dungeons. Like that's always been a huge like I said, it's that grind, it's that RPG grind of increasing your character, leveling up, making a build, and participating in the game that way. It's always been like my go-to enjoyment, and MMOs are just my cup of tea for that reason. Like I said, not everybody's the same way, so it's fine. All right, there's our 55 crafts for the day. Was that 600k XP? Not too terrible. Give a good old salvage. Boom. And then we didn't get any books. That kind of sucks. Alright, so that's that. That's the 178. So we only got like 6 levels from today. It's not too terrible, but it's not great. We also got a couple of these. I don't really need any of these, honestly. And then we'll do this. Like I said, I'm not as picky when it comes to MMOs, personally, just because I've liked MMOs ever since I could remember, personally. So it doesn't bother me, personally, all that much. But, like, I get it. Everybody likes different things for different reasons, and you know, like FPS, like MOBAs to me, the communities are too toxic for me to really enjoy them, right? FPS games, there's too many cheaters for me to really enjoy them. There's a lot of things about other games that just kind of ruin it for me. But MMOs, they don't really have many downsides to them, so that's why I typically like them more. But here it is anyway. So this is called The Quinfall. Like I said, it's pretty basic. Kind of looks like BDO. It's an ASDW movement. You have to actually aim your shots, place your abilities like AoEs on the ground, and like all skill-based shots in combat. So people can dodge roll and avoid, or they can ENOS to not take damage if their movement is good. Obviously, range has an advantage over melee because melee has to stop to attack. Range does not. So it's kind of dog shit in that scenario. But overall, like I said, you have pets, you have professions, you have open world sandbox of doing some professions, but it's mostly about like just grinding, doing dungeons, getting gear, crafting gear, upgrading your gear, and crafting the materials to upgrade your gear and your weapons and your skills and abilities and things like that. But like it's just an open world sandbox of MMO. The map is absolutely extremely large, but like the overall sandbox of the map is you run around, chop trees, you run around, pick up like the flowers, you pick up the different herbs, you pick up the different rocks, you use those for all your professions. You can base build, you can build your own bases, you can do your own stuff. Like every zone, like the zones are dynamic, so they have weather systems. So occasionally there'll be storms, sometimes they'll go into winter form, so some of the resources will be more scarce in the winter versus in the summer. They have dynamic daylight and nighttime cycles. So they have all that kind of dynamicness built into the different zones of the map. Also, the map also has its own regions. So there's like desert regions, mountain regions, things like that. But like that's the gist of the game. Like they have fishing and AFK fishing, and like I said, they have sailing and boats, and this is one of like the treasure rooms. So you loot some stuff and you get some patterns and stuff, and you can go into these treasure rooms. You have the 4 items required to open the treasure. You can go inside and then you can loot the treasure room for like specific loot out of these treasure rooms. So it's like you hunt for specific materials, and then you can open certain things. But like this is like the base building, right? You can put it down, you can like build your floors and your walls and your ceilings, and put your crafting benches inside, and then you can take it a step further and you can add like I said, husbandry, so you can do like sheep and goats and chickens and things like that, so you can level up those professions. And then you can take it a step further and you can do actual like plots of like potatoes and corn and whatever else. Like I said, you can build your crafting stations inside your house with storage bases, but then you can build like turrets and base defenses. So for PvP aspects, people try to raid your base, you can put up walls and gates and things like that, so you can defend your base just like any other PvP based survival game like Ark Survival and Rust and stuff like that. As you can see, like right here, second here, he has like a gate, and he's got the whole thing walled in, so you can kind of see what I mean. And then you can fighting other people that are trying to take up your base, right? If you're in a PvP area, like this will be a thing. And then this is like the ships, right? So you can upgrade to a big ship. Like in BDO, this would be like a Carrack. And then you can add crafting stations to it, a bunch of storage systems and things like that. And you can decorate it. You can add your own cannons and stuff to the lower decks and like the portholes and stuff. You can have people party up with you to pirate the ship, right? We'll go a little bit further. So see how he has a party, have a bunch of people on a ship with him. So people are like doing aspects. One guy's sailing and directing the boat and stuff. Maybe there's a guy in the crow's nest directing people. And then you got people that are operating like the cannons. But like that's like a turtle, right? And like these are, you can find like loot out in the ocean. You can combat other ships if you want. And then there's like wildlife out there too. So like there's this big turtle. He has like ores and stuff that are specific to finding on the turtle. And then there's like this is a whale. You can fight like different types of like whales and stuff to get like more loot out there. And there's like treasure chests that you can find out there. And then there's like world bosses like krakens, like I was saying before. You go out there and you can just like shoot it with the thing, and then like he'll do like abilities that you have to dodge as a sailor, as a ship guy. You have to avoid certain things. So like this, you have to jump off the ship or something bad will happen to you. And then he'll put like circles on in the water that you have to like, you don't want to be in that because it'll do damage to your ship and your players. Like there's a bunch of stuff like that. And then there's like a lot of, you can get fireworks, you can get different types of mounts, you can host parties, there's marriages and stupid frivolous things inside the game as well. But overall, I think the biggest selling point for the game is there's so much to do and it's only $10. It's like the biggest selling point to the game. It obviously still needs work. It's a little clunky with its combat. It's a little stiff. So it could use a little bit of polish. But overall, the game has a ridiculous amount to offer. And the fact that it's only $10 is kind of wild. And even when it comes to like the microtransactions in the game, they do have a couple things that are people consider as pay to win, which I don't. One of them being a optional 3 monthly subscription like buffs that give extra XP or like double resources when gathering like resources. That's like literally the extent of the buffs. So you could buy those for a couple dollars every month, or you can farm the premium currency in game by playing the game and buy them yourself for free. And then there's 2 other items that people consider pay to win, and one of them is when you're breeding horses, there's like a time that takes for them to breed. Like one horse might take 12 hours to breed, but you can buy in the shop, you can buy a speed up, so now it only takes an hour or something like that. You can like finish the breeds really quick. People call that pay to win. I don't. It's what the fuck ever. And then there's another item. So when it comes to upgrading your gear in the game, you have a chance to succeed and a chance to fail. If you fail, it degrades, and if it degrades too far, it can break and to dust, and you have to start all over. With that said, there's an item in the game that you can buy once a week, supposedly. I haven't confirmed this, but supposedly you can only buy it once a week. And you can only use it once a week on an item. So that makes it sound like you can get more than one, but you can only use it on an item once a week. And if it fails, it doesn't degrade. It consumes the Terra, and the Terra breaks, but the item does not. And if you can only use it once a week on an item, it doesn't really give you that much of an increased chance to getting better power than somebody else, because supposedly the odds of enhancement successes is to max enhance an item is like 1 in 175 million chance. So it's like 0.0000000000000 something percent of a chance to succeed. So the fact that, like, even if you had 52 of them every single year, that's literally like it's not even 1% of an odds to actually get a success. So I see with the odds being as rough as they are and impossible, that it's not even like a pay to win aspect, because you're limited to how many you can use and get every single week. So I feel like it's not pay to win because you're not unlimited. Now, if you can swipe your credit card and get as many Terras as you wanted, then that's pay to win. But since that's not the case, I don't count it as pay to win. And at the same time, like I said, you can farm the premium currency in game by playing the game, and you can purchase the same Terras, just maybe not as many as someone swiping their credit card could, right? So anyway, that's basically the whole game in a nutshell. And like I said, for $10, I don't think I can pass it up. And that's the next game I'm going to jump onto, purely because it's $10. And with so much professions and just exploration and just stuff to like tinker with, even if the combat kind of feels clunky, I'm fine with it. Because BDO, I hardly ever combat in that game, and I have 13,000 hours in the game. And it's all in professions. A lot of it is AFKing my professions, but like I'm still just doing professions. I don't even combat in the game. So who the fuck cares? If I can spend 10,000 hours in a $10 game just doing professions, that's a win for me. Like, fuck that. That's a huge win in my book. But either way, I think I'm getting out of here, guys. Technically, we've got 18 minutes to the end of stream, but I have a headache. I want to take some meds, and I want to eat something because I haven't eaten yet. I want to watch some anime. We gotta work the weekend? What is it? Monday? Yeah, so I'm gonna work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll be back on Monday night and Tuesday night, which would be Tuesday and Wednesday for you guys over on the other side of the country. We'll be back on the grind on this. I'm hoping that Monday and Tuesday we'll be able to get this about 185, maybe 190. That's kind of the goal. We're shooting for that. We're gonna go for another 1,000 Cinnabar. Hopefully we can do that. And then once we get this to 200, we'll move over into jewel crafting and then into Arcana. Because that's one of the things I wanted to check with Arcana is we have a ton of life motes. I want to use them to upgrade and see if that gives us some XP. We'll do that and then we'll call it a night. So let's... life. Boom. Life. Boom. And life. We went from like what, 120 something to 140. It's pretty good. Just doing our life modes. That's pretty huge. That'll help us quite a lot. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I hope you had a good time. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Hopefully you have a good weekend. Everybody taking care. And if you haven't joined the Discord or want to join the Discord, the only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, ever need any help, you want to share something, show something up, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever want to reach me off stream, and you ever want to ask me a question, or you want to catch me on days that I don't stream, best place to do that is the Discord. Just at me at any time. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, I'd appreciate it. Just go into the About Me, click on the VODs channel, and go and take a look at it. Any support you'd give me over there is Greatly appreciated. And if you ever want to catch a stream you missed, rewatch a stream, or catch something in the stream that you want to rewatch or clip, best place to do it is the VODs channel. But anyway, I hope you guys had a good time, a good rest of your day, and hope you have a good week. And hopefully we'll see you guys on Monday or Tuesday, either or. And Llama, I hope things go well for you, man. If I don't see you for a while, I'll see you when I see you. Thank you for being here, and take it easy, everybody. Talk to you later. Bye, bye, bye. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See ya.